Here we go, a Thursday edition of the Sports Bass Live. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN. Free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City and live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube. 97.3 ESPN. Just follow us there. You can watch the show live. Busy show today. A Phillies walk-off win yesterday. That was how we ended yesterday's show. Last night, the Sixers get I wouldn't say an impressive win by any stretch of the imagination. That was an AAU game at its finest. No defense, pitiful outing. But the Sixers got what they needed, a win. And now they got themselves out of the play-in. They are not officially, but currently they are sitting in the number 6 spot in the Eastern Conference, which means no play-in for at least the day. We'll talk about it with Adam Aaronsen. Sixers Adam in about 30 minutes from now. More fallout from the Jalen Hurts article from ESPN.com yesterday. Jeff McMullen from the Inquirer has an article today that has some more Jalen Hurts stuff and reporting in it. John McMullen is back on the show. He'll join us at 3 o'clock today. The Nuggets, football at 4 DiCecco. Q Myers on the show today, and we'll do the Phillies Fastball tonight at 5 o'clock, looking back at the series against the Nationals, a little look ahead to the Colorado Rockies this weekend. How's everybody doing out there? Josh Henning producing today's show. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Hopefully a good Thursday, and I got a lot of stuff to kind of kick the show off with. One, the Phillies win yesterday. I do want to just kind of go back real quick. Couple things stood out about that win, that when it happens, the game, we do have a TV in the studio behind me here. So, like, if you're watching on YouTube, like over there, you can't see it on the YouTube screen, but there is a television. So, we can kind of keep our eye on the game, but I can't, watch intently. The game was going on while I'm doing the show yesterday, but I did kind of go back and kind of take 3 takeaways from the game yesterday that I couldn't give you in real time because I can't watch the game in real time. They should just let me take off, watch the game, and then come on, right? They don't need to show why the game is on. You're not paying attention to me anyway at those times. You're paying attention to the game, aren't you? No, you're listening to the show. I know you are. But, so one of the things I noticed in the game, the Phillies had 12 hits in the game yesterday. 12, which is a good number. 8 of those 12 hits came from the 6, 7, 8, and 9 spots in the order. They are getting nothing from the top of that order. 8 of the 12 hits came from Garcia, Marsh, Realmuto, and Justin Crawford. Now, Justin Crawford was the hero yesterday. And listen, everybody was calling for Crawford last year. The Phillies outfield was horrendous last season. The production from the outfield was so bad last year, to which they said, look, this kid, Justin Crawford's in the minor leagues. He's hitting .330. Now, if they would have called him up last year, doesn't mean he would have been ready last year, but you're getting a glimpse of why Phillies fans were like, listen, this team needs an infusion of young players. And the last 2 games, the Phillies have won on a walk-off by Justin Crawford and a elite pitching performance from Andrew Painter. So if the first week of the season tells us anything, the Phillies' young players, this infusion of youth, is a good thing. Hopefully it moves on. Hopefully it continues. By the way, opening day and leading up to opening day, we had debated Rookie of the Year. I haven't checked the updates. I want to do that right now because today the Pirates called up Connor Griffin. He's a 19-year-old kid. He's a shortstop, and they are putting him right into the lineup at shortstop today for the Pittsburgh Pirates. So these teams are just saying, you know what, young guys, let's go. Let's start it here. So Rookie of the Year in the National League, Connor Griffin now is the favorite. He got called up an hour ago. He's the favorite. But Andrew Painter plus 1,100. Justin Crawford plus 2,200. You in on any of those, Josh? Connor Griffin plus 240. J.J. Weatherholt right now, He's plus 450. Nolan McLean was the favorite. He's plus 600. Andrew Painter plus 1,100. And Justin Crawford is plus 2,200.
I'm out on Griffin because I think he's going to run into a wall when teams realize that the rest of the team he's on stinks. They can just pitch around him.
I don't know. The Pirates have they did a little stuff in the offseason.
Listen, they're spunky.
Yeah.
Okay? They're spunky, but they'll...
I don't know where they're hitting them.
That's the other issue, yeah. I like this J.D. Weatherford. He is knocking the ball.
Weatherholt,
sorry.
Yeah. He's a West Virginia guy. Don't mess up his name, please.
Sorry. Excuse me. I know he's on the Cardinals. Is that okay?
Well, you called him Weatherfelt.
Well, Weatherholt, he's knocking the ball all over the place right now.
He's on my fantasy team.
Is he?
Yeah, he's
Is
the
he
only
on the
guy.
fantasy because he's from West Virginia?
Pretty much. No. Well, he was the number, 2 pick in the draft or something like that?
I
3?
don't remember what pick
He was supposed to be the number 1 pick, and baseball is weird because of signability. That being said.
Yeah.
By the way, Cy Young Award. Right
Cy
now,
Young.
Christopher Sanchez is the favorite, plus 330 over Skeens.
Still a good number there. 330 is still getting some value.
Zach Wheeler, plus 2,500. Now, I don't know when he is set to make his debut, but I would imagine it's sooner than later. MVP, no Philly right now really stands out there. The best one on the list is still Bryce Harper, by the way, at plus 3,000. So Schwarber is not even on the top, he's not even within 30 to 1.
Well, as of right now, he shouldn't be.
Well, more so than Harper. If I told you right now who's had a better start to the season, Schwarber at least has 2 homers.
Right, Schwarber at least has 2 homers. Harper's done basically nothing except for 1 hit.
Yeah, exactly. But Phillies win yesterday. So my 3 things. 1, batters 6, 7, 8, and 9 had 8 of the 12 hits.
Right.
2, the infusion of youth with Crawford having 3 of those 12 hits yesterday, by the way. And I was having a conversation with a friend of mine, and he said, I'm not a believer in Crawford. And I said, I am. And one of the reasons a lot of people who aren't Crawford believers are because he hits the ball on the ground a lot. And a lot of people thought that at the big league level that would not play. And the way that he hits the ball, he doesn't just hit it on the ground. He hits it to all fields on the ground. So it kind of comes off his bat weird. He's a lefty. He cranks one through the left-hand side, or it's very non-traditional, I guess. In a world where everybody's trying to swing for the fences in the home runs, he's doing something a little different. I like his speed. I like the way that he approaches. He doesn't swing and miss a whole heck of a lot. It's something the Phillies just don't have a lot of contact. So that was something that I noticed, with Crawford again, is these at-bats. Even when he swings and kind of misses, he foul tips pitches a lot. So that is something that's interesting. And I've heard a lot of this. You got to move Crawford up in the lineup. Let's hold our horses on that right now. All right, let's hold our horses a little bit on Crawford. You got a guy in the 9-hole. He's producing in the 9-hole. The Phillies' best 4 hitters right now are Garcia, Marsh, Crawford. And then the next guy, I don't even know who the 4th guy would be. But the top 3 guys right now would be Garcia, Marsh, and Crawford. Crawford being number 1. Let them stay where they are because they're doing well because they're lower in the lineup. If you move them up, they're getting pitched to differently. You now have to hope that the Turners and the Schwarbers and the Harpers and the Bohms start to come through. Now, I think the next conversation will be on Stott and the 5-hole. What happens there? Do you want to keep Garcia just staying where he is in the 6th spot? Marsh has gotten off to a good start. Do you flip-flop Marsh and Stott? Is it too early to start thinking about any of this? But we'll see what happens when they go to Colorado tomorrow. I wonder if Stott stays there. He's hitting 200 to start the season. And mind you, he is a platoon guy. Like yesterday, Stott started the game. Sosa came in and ended up getting the big hit in the 9th inning, but now you got Edmundo Sosa hitting in the 5-hole.
Not ideal.
Right. So I think the Phillies are in a tough spot because Garcia, I would think, is not excelling. He has got off to a good start, not a great start, because he's in the number 6 hole. If Garcia's in the number 4 hole, they're pitching him differently.
Correct.
So we all know this conversation. They don't have anybody to hit 4, and they don't have anybody to hit 5. They have a lot of guys that profile as 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Which is ironic because the guys who are hitting 6, 7, 8, and 9 are actually hitting better than the rest of the line.
Well, and that's because they're hitting 6, 7, 8, 9. If you put those guys in 1, 2, 3, they're probably not hitting as well. If you put them in 4, 5, 6, they're probably not hitting as well. But because they're 7, 8, 9, well, Garcia's hitting 6. But the one guy, and Real Muto had a couple hits yesterday, so he did hit the home run. He did have another hit. So Real Muto's up to 200 now because he was hitting under 100. But it's early. But I know a lot of people like, roster lineup construction is always something, right? It's always something that people like to discuss. Well, why not put this guy here? Why not put that guy there? Why not hit this guy there? I've already started to hear, why not hit Crawford at the top of the lineup? Well, if you hit Crawford 1 or 2, he's getting pitched differently, and maybe he's not hitting 417. Maybe he's hitting 217. So keep him where he is. The other thing, the Phillies starting pitching with Sanchez yesterday, he did not have his best stuff. He was not at his best yesterday, but man, that just shows you how good Sanchez is. Sanchez, as I've said before, he might be my favorite pitcher in all of baseball now. And yesterday was a good example. Now, 4 walks is way too much for my liking. But he battled his ass off, man, and gives up 1 run in that game. It just shows you that even when he's not at his best, that he can kind of keep you in that game. He had 7 strikeouts, some swings and misses. His slider just wasn't where you wanted it to be yesterday. But the Phillies starting pitching out in Colorado, you're going to get Nola, Luzardo, and Taijuan Walker. And they're facing Michael Aaronsen, Jose Quintana. And then I can't remember who's pitching on Sunday. Forget. But Lorenzen's a legit guy, and Quintana just always seems – he's a lefty, by the way. So going out to Colorado, a team that stinks out loud, it's not a gimme that you take 2 out of 3 or sweep this series because you got Nola, who needs to prove to people that he's back, and I don't think he proved that in his first game.
Tomoyuki Sagano.
Sagano, that's right. Sagano's pitching.
Which means they'll lose
Sunday.
the game on Sunday because anytime they face somebody most people have never heard of, they lose.
Well, Sagano's, he's been around a little bit, but the 2 other guys, Quintana's a lefty who always gives you fits, and then Lorenzen's, Lorenzen's a guy he's a pro. But Nola pitching tomorrow, Nola's got to prove that he can get consistent. He hasn't done that in almost over a year now.
I'd like to know tomorrow what his prop is going to be for homers.
I don't know. In Colorado, probably 2. I'll take the over. Luzardo. Now, Luzardo facing Quintana. This could be one of those days where Luzardo pitches his ass off and the team can't score.
Right.
And then, it's a 2-1 type of game. And then on Sunday, to try to take the series, you got to turn you got Taijuan Walker. Not ideal. So think about that.
Yeah, Taijuan Walker in Colorado. Yikes.
Yeah. All right. So that's the Phillies side of things. We'll do Phillies Fastball tonight at 7 o'clock. Excuse me, at 5 o'clock. I will be long home by 7 o'clock.
I would hope so.
Phillies Fastball at 5 o'clock tonight. Oscar and Jeff will join me for the conversation. All right. Sixers last night. That game was pitiful. There's no other way to Now, the first half defense in that game was horrible. It was the second quarter, and it was like 78-78.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we doing? The Washington Wizards are so embarrassingly bad. Thankfully, the Sixers, who have had horrible third quarters, came out in the third quarter and put that game, I don't want to say away, because Washington did make a little run kind of late in that game, cut it to like 14. But the final of the game last night is 153-131. That's how bad the defense was in that game last night. Now, the Sixers won the third quarter 47-32. They almost scored 50 points in a quarter. Like, are you kidding? Are you kidding me, Washington? They must give up 50. But a couple takeaways. One, Paul George last night was on another level. I mean, that Paul George, he played 30 minutes last night. He had 39 points. He was 15 of 22. 6 of 12 from 3. If you get that level of Paul George, he looked as spry as I have seen him with the Sixers. He was excellent last night. I don't know that there's been any game I've ever watched Paul George play. Now, when Paul George played for Indiana, he was one of my top 5 favorite players in the league. And he has progressively fallen out of my top 5 as years have gone on. But when they got him, I wasn't overly excited. I was on the fence of the Paul George side. I was on the side of the fence of the Paul George where, he's better than Tobias Harris, but I know they have the money now and they have to spend it, and I'm not all that excited about it. This is going from someone who's a big Paul George fan. Last night was one of the best games I've seen Paul George play in 5 years. We'll talk to Adam Aaronsen about it in 15 minutes. If that Paul George comes out come playoff time, now he said it. Look, those 25 games might have been the best thing for me. You know who tweeted this out last night? What's his name? He's been on our show tons of times. My gosh. The front office insider.
Oh, Keith Smith?
No.
Bobby Marks?
Bobby Marks. Bobby Marks tweeted out last night that the 25-game break for Paul George might be a blessing in disguise for the Sixers.
Which we've all been saying.
Well, everybody's kind of joked at that. But last night, that was the best I've seen him play in 5 years.
I mean, he looks the freshest he's looked in years.
That's what I mean. Yeah. Maxey was good last night, not great.
But he didn't need to be great because they realized early on that Paul George was on one. So Maxey realized, you know what? I don't need to push the issue. I got another guy who's lighting it up.
Yeah. Well, listen, they're playing Washington, who is embarrassing. And it goes to my tanking thing. My tanking idea needs to get put into place. Okay? It would work perfectly right now. As I've said, 70 games is the cutoff. After 70 games, the top 10 teams in each conference are locked in. Now, they're not locked into their seeds. They're just locked into the playoffs. The final 12 games of the season, you would only see playoff teams face playoff teams and non-playoff teams face non-playoff teams. So the Sixers wouldn't be playing the Wizards. And the way it would work is the non-playoff teams with the most wins, they would get the most odds, the best odds for the draft lottery. Because I can't watch Washington play Philadelphia in a meaningful game. It's not fair to anybody. Now, to be fair, on the flip side of that, the Kings won last night to help the Sixers out. They beat Toronto.
Got to send them a gift basket.
You do. But really, Washington should play the Kings.
What would you put in that gift basket? As a thank you to the Kings.
4-pack of IPAs. As a last night, the Kings beat the Raptors. The Raptors then fell out of the playoffs and into the play-in tournament because the Sixers own a tiebreaker over the Raptors, even though they split the season series 2-2. Who knew this came into play? Did you know what the tiebreaker was?
No.
So the two teams split the season series 2-2.
Correct.
But Philly has the tiebreaker over Toronto because of a better record in the Atlantic Division.
Oh, wow.
How many times does your division come into play?
Not until now.
So that's why Philadelphia is 9-7
I mean,
against.
that's just nuts.
They are 9-7 against Atlantic Division teams. Toronto is 4-10.
I mean, nobody even celebrates division wins
No,
anymore.
nobody does. Who knows who's in what division even right now?
I don't.
So Philadelphia has the tiebreaker over Toronto because they have a better division record.
Never would have guessed that.
So Philadelphia is 6, and Toronto is now 7. And that's a big deal, and I'll tell you why. Nobody wants to play Charlotte.
No one, exactly.
Even though Philly went to Charlotte and won that game the other day, that's not a team that you want to play in a one-game take-all. So right now, Charlotte moved from 10 to 8. So this is the standings in the East, okay? Detroit's 1. Boston is 2. New York is 3. Cleveland is 4. Atlanta is 5. Philadelphia is 6. They are the playoff teams. The play-in teams. Toronto would play Charlotte right now, and Orlando would play Miami. Let's say Charlotte beats Toronto. Charlotte would be the 7, and they would play Boston. Ooh. A Charlotte-Boston first-round matchup. Sign me up.
Take one for the team, boys.
And then Toronto would play the winner of the Orlando-Miami. Let's say Miami wins that game. Then Miami would play Toronto. The winner of that game would then play Detroit. Philadelphia currently is set up to play the Knicks, and Atlanta would play Cleveland. And that would be your first round. And that would be just an awesome first round. Detroit against Miami, potentially. Boston against Charlotte, potentially. Philadelphia against New York, potentially. And Cleveland against Atlanta. So the game last night, Philadelphia gets the win. They needed it. Toronto, you need them to lose, and they do to Sacramento, who, by the way, Sacramento is the worst team in the Western Conference. Their win last night got them to 20-57. Now, under my rules, the last 12 games, Philadelphia was supposed to play Washington last night. Toronto was supposed to play Sacramento. That would be flipped. Philly would play Toronto, and Sacramento would play Washington. And that would split the tiebreaker between Philly and Toronto. You wouldn't have this wonky situation where the Atlantic Division came in. They would play each other. And Washington would play Sacramento, and somebody would have to win that game. So the two tanking teams have to play each other. Washington, by the way, is 17-59. But under my rules, the team that doesn't make the playoffs with the best record would get the most ping pong balls. You know who that is right now? Milwaukee. With 30 wins, they are the best non-playoff team, which means, hey, congratulations, you have tried to win games. You just weren't good enough, but we're going to reward you with the most ping pong balls. And you get Giannis and maybe Peterson or DeBanza. How about that? You like my rule?
Oh, I didn't. And I never disliked your rule.
That's the way it should be.
My position has always been, is the league going to use common sense?
No.
Because we know the problem is in today's world, these billion-dollar corporations are not run by people with common sense.
They would not use common sense. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Hey, we got another chance for you to qualify today on the Sports Bash. Listen for our famous contest sounder. When you hear it, be the 6th and 7th caller, and you can win club box tickets to an Eagle home game this year. Our Eagles Draft Day party, April 23rd at the Balcony Bar. Listen for that sounder this hour on the Sports Bash. Today on the show, Adam Aaronsen here, Sixers Adam from PhillyVoice.com. He's going to join us on the other side. Plus, John McMullen, the latest on Jalen Hurts. A news story come out today from Jeff McClain from the Inquirer. Are the Eagles putting Jalen Hurts on notice? We'll discuss later on in the show. Stick around. We're just getting off the ground. Jalen Hurts, Sixers climb the standings. Phillies winning extras. It's the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 2:30 Sports Bash. Don't forget, coming up tonight right here on 97.3 ESPN, Flyers, Red Wings. And the Flyers with some big news today. Foerster back. Now, many people thought he was out for the year, like The Undertaker. Out of the casket. Here he comes. Flyers and Red Wings tonight on 97.3 ESPN. Sixers, T-Wolves tomorrow. Sixers, Pistons on Saturday. Coming down to the final couple games of the season. Last night, big win. Horribly played game. Awful defense. But they had to find a way to win that game, and they did. Toronto needed to find a way to win their game, and they did not. And now the Sixers move from the 7 to the 6. How can they keep it? Let's discuss. Adam Aaronsen, PhillyVoice.com, at SixersAdam on the Twitter X platform, joins me now as the Sixers get a win last night. It wasn't pretty, Adam, the defense anyway, but maybe the best Paul George game that I have seen in 5 years. Is that fair?
He's certainly his best as a Sixer, and that's what I was going to say. It wasn't pretty when the Sixers didn't have the ball. When the Sixers did have the ball, it was awfully pretty, largely because of Paul George. It was just brilliant shot making to start, and then once he was sort of leveraging the threat of his shot, he was getting downhill. I think that's probably the most underrated part of the way he played, is it felt like he had the easiest time scoring at the rim as I can remember him having in any game as a Sixer. He was brilliant. And when he said, he spoke to a bunch of us reporters before he came back from his suspension last week, and he made a comment that, these 25 games off are exactly what my body needed. When he said that, I could sort of feel in my head hundreds of thousands of eyes rolling all at once, because I don't think anybody was taking him at his word after how the first year and a half has gone for him, that he was going to come back and look like a different player. But so far he has. He's legitimately looked like a different player. It has not come against the highest level of competition, though he was excellent in a game against a very good Charlotte team, and he helped the Sixers put that game away. But it's an awfully good sign the way he's playing right now. And if they have, something resembling this version of him going into, whether it's the play-in or the playoffs, and we'll talk about that shortly, I'm sure, it's a good sign for the franchise.
It was, and you broke down a lot of the clips at Sixers Adam Clips. And what are some of the things they were able to do with George last night that maybe they can utilize if they, when they enter the playoffs?
Yeah, I think something interesting about the way he was used last night, and I wrote about this as part of my observations at PhillyVoice.com after the game, was that usually the Sixers do what's called staggering their best players. And what that means is whether it's Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey, or Tyrese Maxey and Paul George, and last night it was those two. Staggering means making sure that you have one of them on the floor at all times so that your offense at least has one of those guys keeping it afloat. The downside of staggering generally is that you don't get to have your best players on the floor with each other all that much. It'll be probably the beginning of the first half, the end of the first half, the beginning of the second half, the end of the second half, and that's basically it. Nick Nurse deviated from that last night. He played Tyrese Maxey and Paul George together. The Sixers did not play well, particularly without those guys. They had a stretch early in the second quarter where they just got run off the floor, and it was their worst stretch of the game, and it put them actually in a double-digit deficit against the lowly Wizards, believe it or not. But it did make Maxey and George considerably better when they were on the floor, and I thought those guys did a great job playing off of each other and utilizing the fact that the defenses were always focused on the other guy in addition to themselves. And so how Nick Nurse sort of adjusts his rotation patterns is something, first of all, that's something I always focus on a lot, because I think you can learn a lot from the lineups a coach is playing. How he utilizes Maxey and George in that context, particularly once Embiid is back, is going to be very interesting to me. Which one of those guys spends more time on the floor with Embiid? Which one of those guys spends more time sort of anchoring lineups on their own? I think before George's suspension, the Sixers found something with him and VJ Edgecombe sort of anchoring bench lineups, which allowed Maxey and Embiid to play together and continue to rely on just the incredible two-man game that those guys have, where, those two guys in their sleep could run a two-man action and get a good shot out of it for either themselves or an open three-point shooter. If the Sixers can keep getting George playing like this, dominant on the ball, I think they should continue to pair him with Edgecombe. Maybe you throw Quentin Grimes in those lineups too. And it should be enough shot creation to shoulder the load when you don't have Embiid and Maxey out there, particularly because in playoff games, that might not be that many minutes that those guys aren't playing, especially Maxey. And then it allows Embiid and Maxey to be at their absolute best because both of those guys are at their best when they're playing off of each other.
That was going to be my follow-up here was, Adam, you watch what you saw with Paul George last night without Joel. How does it look with him incorporated? Because obviously he is a huge part of the offense who was not there last night.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it just gives them a huge sort of security blanket in that if the Sixers, even as good as Maxey has gotten, even as good as George looks since he got back, if the Sixers on any given offensive possession want to get a good shot, their best chance of doing so is having Embiid on the floor. That has always been the case. That will always remain the case. As good as Maxey gets, there's just a physical gravity that Embiid provides at his size with his threat of a pull-up mid-range jumper that is just not really replaceable anywhere else on this roster, or very rarely replaceable across the NBA, across lots of rosters. So I think he gives them an extra layer of security. It's certainly going to slow things down. It's not perfect. There are going to be nights probably where you feel like maybe they would have been better playing up tempo, but those are usually the nights where Embiid just happens to be missing shots. I think in the aggregate, this offense will only get better with Embiid, and I think that's represented by the fact that, I mean, you look at down the line on this roster, and basically every roster Embiid has played on, everybody he's teammates with gets considerably more efficient when he's out there, and it makes sense because this is the guy who, when he's on the court, there are 10 eyes that are focused on him, and he has learned, particularly over the last 3 years, how to leverage that as a passer to create open looks for other guys, whether he actually gets the assist out of it or not. And so I think clearly, and this is something, from Daryl Morey to Nick Nurse, everybody involved with the Sixers will acknowledge the upside of this team stems from Embiid. And whatever the best possible outcome is for the 2025-2026 Sixers, Embiid is going to be a part of it.
Well, we'll see. I mean, he was sick last night, but he was having a little fun on the Twitter X platform. Adam Aaronsen is with us at Sixers Adam. And Paul George, they scored 150. I mean, Washington's horrendous, not even trying really defensively. But they got a win, and Sacramento, who's really bad, helped the Sixers out last night. What did last night mean as we have, 6 games left to go here? What was the impact of last night for Philly, Toronto, and the race?
It was a huge night for the Sixers, and I wrote about this at Philly Voice about where the team now stands in the playoff race after a few really important outcomes. And the first one you mentioned is Toronto losing at home to Sacramento. Pretty remarkable, honestly, on both fronts that happened, because it's a costly win for Sacramento in the tanking race just as much as it's a costly loss for Toronto in the playoff race. So it ties the Sixers with the Raptors for the 6th seed, which is the last spot before you get to the play-in. But the Sixers are going to have the tiebreaker over Toronto if it's a two-way tie. They split the season series, but the Sixers are going to have a much better in-division record, and that's the next tiebreaker. So it's a huge deal for the Sixers because they now effectively control their own destiny for the 6th seed. Now, it's not that easy. They have 6 games left. The next 4 are against teams ranging from very good to elite. They've got Houston and Minnesota. Detroit is, I think, a level above those teams, and then San Antonio is as good as it gets in the NBA right now. They've won, I think, something like 25 out of their last 30. It might even be better than that. They're 58-18. They're really, really good. Everybody knows how much of a force Victor Wembanyama is. But the Sixers have an extra game of security that they probably didn't expect to have, because I think if you were looking at the Raptors schedule, which is not a cakewalk either, they've got 2 games against Miami, who's going to be playing for their, play-in seeding or potentially trying to jump up into the 6th seed as well. They've got a game against the Knicks in New York. They've got a game against Boston in Boston. But if you looked at their schedule, you would have seen this Sacramento game as an easy win that you don't even have to think about if you're the Raptors. And for them to drop that game is pretty significant. Depending on where you look, Basketball Reference has a model. There's a website I like called Dunks and Threes that has a model as well. The projections of where each team will land seeding-wise, and they update it every day. Some will say the Sixers are a slight favorite over the Raptors to be the 6th seed. Some have it the other way around. In either way, the Sixers have a much better shot of being the 6th seed than they did 24 hours ago because of this Toronto loss that I don't think anybody or any models would have really seen coming. And so now it's on the Sixers. They have not played well against good teams all year. I believe of all the teams that are in the playoffs right now, they have the worst record against playoff teams.
Yes.
And they have just totally beaten up on bad teams. And look, beating up on bad teams is evidently, look at what happened in Toronto last night. That's something that not everybody does. It's not as easy as it sounds all the time. But the Sixers are going to have to step up in terms of the way they rise to the occasion against higher levels of competition. Not to mention, those are, of course, the teams that they're going to be playing if they get the 6th seed and they get into the playoffs. You're looking at a series against, a New York or a Boston or a Cleveland. They're going to have to prove that they have what it takes to actually win games against really good teams because they just have not demonstrated that so far this year.
Adam, they got 6 games left. They got a pair of back-to-back. So does that, automatically in your mind say that they've only got Embiid potentially for 4?
It does, yeah. I'm not anticipating Embiid ever playing in back-to-backs unless there's some wild development and the team announces as such. Unless we see it, I'm assuming that you're only getting Embiid for 1 leg of any back-to-back. I do think Paul George, who has not played in both legs of any back-to-backs this year, I think he is in play for the back-to-backs. I don't, have that sourced or anything, but I mean, he said after his return, his hope was to play in all 10 games that he could play in to finish out the season, and that includes these back-to-backs at home, Friday, Saturday with Minnesota and Detroit, and then next week they're at Houston, at Indiana. Maybe that Indiana game is easy enough with, maybe the playoff seeding is just about settled by that point and they can actually sit guys then. I don't know. But I would expect you're not going to see Embiid for both legs of the Minnesota-Detroit back-to-back. I think you'll see him for 1.
Because he did say, correct me if I'm wrong, he did say that the knee is no longer an issue, that those knee problems are behind him.
He did say that, and I will just be interested in seeing, assuming he is not going to play in both legs of this back-to-back, we'll see what they list him as. Generally, when he's missed games for back-to-backs, it's been less knee injury management, which is to say this is part of the ongoing plan to continue treating his knee. Certainly, I think everybody would agree that his left knee has responded a lot better to this season than I think anybody would have anticipated or even hoped. But to say that the issue is completely in the rearview mirror, I think might be a little short-sighted, and I think that might be some hopeful projection on Embiid's part. And so we'll see. I mean, the Sixers will have an injury report for tomorrow's game at 5 o'clock. He missed this Washington game with the illness, and as you said, there was the whole weird April Fool's situation on Twitter. But, maybe they sit him tomorrow to give him an extra day because of the illness, maybe because he now hasn't played since Monday. They don't want to give him close to a week off without playing and then throw him back in against a really, really, really good and physical Detroit Pistons front court. So maybe if he can play on Friday, they will play him then. So I don't know exactly how it'll look, but I would imagine he's going to play in one of these 2 games. It'll be interesting to see which one that is and what the listed reason is for whichever game he doesn't play in.
All right, Adam Aaronsen's with us. I know right now they're 6. New York would be the matchup there. I don't think they would be considered a favorite in any of the series, Cleveland, New York, Boston, obviously, and Detroit. But is there one of those 4 that would be the most intriguing for you? What matchup would be their best shot?
Yeah, so first of all, I agree. I think they would rightfully be underdogs in any first-round playoff series. I think in a vacuum, Detroit is the most interesting, in part because we still don't know when Cade Cunningham's going to be back on the floor. They just announced today he's going to miss at least another week. I think there's hope that he'll be back for the playoffs, but it doesn't seem entirely clear. And to their credit, they're a really good team, and they have won a bunch of games without him over the last week or so. They're 7-3 in their last 10. Their defense is still awesome. They found other ways to create offense. Is that sustainable in a playoff series without Cade Cunningham? I'm not sure. But I also look at them as a team that doesn't have tons of high-level shot makers, and the Sixers are a team that, much to the chagrin of many fans, have given up a lot of open threes over the course of the season. They are very much trying to force turnovers at the cost of potentially giving up open threes. Detroit is maybe a good matchup for that. But also, Detroit's going to be the 1 seed, and that means the Sixers would have to be playing in an elimination game at some point during the play-in tournament, and I don't think you ever want to force yourself into an elimination game in the third week of April for the sake of, hunting an ideal matchup in round one. So beyond the Pistons, I think the Knicks, they just strike me as a team that is not completely serious and hasn't been all year. They're obviously very talented, but they lean on a five-man lineup that has just not been productive. That starting lineup with Brunson and Bridges and Anunoby and Hart and Towns has just not been productive at any point really this season or last season. It's just been sort of a neutral lineup, which is not a good sign in the regular season when you're thinking about lineups that are going to win for you in the playoffs. I think the Knicks would beat the Sixers, but I think the Sixers would at least have a chance if they're fully formed to make that a series like the one from a couple years ago where every game goes down to the wire, and even if it ends up being the Knicks in six, it will have been a hard-earned series win. And I think the fact that the Sixers can even say that they could make a team as good as that earn a playoff series win, I think is certainly a far cry from where they were last year, and I think has to be considered at least a decent outcome given where everybody was at on this team coming into the year.
All right, Adam Aaronsen, Sixers Adam on Twitter X. Make sure you follow him over there. Read all of his Sixers coverage at phillyvoice.com. Does an excellent job. 6 games left, and you can listen to the action right here on 97.3 ESPN. T-Wolves tomorrow night. They got to collect probably 4 of the 6, I would imagine. And even then, they might need a little bit of help with what's going on. It's a very tight Eastern Conference. I got to imagine everyone's trying to avoid Charlotte at this point, even though that Philly went down to Charlotte and won that game. I can't imagine you want a one-game winner-take-all against the Hornets. And, of course, Adam joined us here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. We appreciate him. As always, joining the show, we'll do, of course, the playoffs. Will be starting the play-in tournaments on the 14th is when the NBA play-in tournament begins. And you can listen to all the NBA playoff action, the Sixers playoffs, right here on 97.3 ESPN, your home for Sixers basketball. Coming up, it is a Thursday edition, which means tomorrow we will be on the road. Check us out tomorrow. We will be at Ventnor Social. Tomorrow, Ventnor Social. And you can just say hello, have a nice cold one, something to eat, and enter to win a trip to Baltimore to see the Phillies play the Orioles on July 31st. We've got a bunch of dates. We're going to be at Ventnor Social. April 3rd, tomorrow, April 30th, May 20th, June 4th, and our Phillies bus trip giveaway party on July 29th. We will be at Ventnor Social. So every time you stop out, you can enter to win that trip. Tomorrow's our first day out there. We'll be live on location. Stop out and see us. 6417 Ventnor Avenue in Ventnor. Coming up at 3 o'clock, Johnny Mac, are the Eagles trying to send a message to Jalen Hurts? 12 minutes from now. Stick around. 2:53. See the Cubs broadcast. They were showing fans in the stands working remotely from the bleachers today. Did you see this? You know, my tweet the other day has like 50,000 impressions of people like going after me because I said they should air games during the day all the time. And people are like, well, people work, people go to school. And these guys are at the games working. I said, you know, people work remotely now. People work from home now. Kids are done school. You can watch the game 3 o'clock in the afternoon if there's a live baseball game on. What's it harm? Well, I can't believe people are fighting me on this. Like, how can people say, blah, 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 I don't want a day game on?
If I could be that guy for a minute.
Be that guy. You don't have to agree with me. I don't care.
How many of these people who are disagreeing with you are online? How many of them are in real life?
Say that again?
The people who are like yelling at you about this.
Okay.
Are they just people online or are they like real people?
I have no idea. I mean, but there's a lot of back and forth. I'm like, so why are you fighting the fact that I said, like I said, there should be a day game on every day. Monday,
Okay.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Put a game on. Like I said, say CBS. Okay, what does CBS have on right now?
Probably some soap opera.
So at 3 o'clock, let's go to CBS.
I mean,
CBS, I'm
soap
picking
opera.
CBS because they do not have a baseball package currently. So at 3 o'clock, they have the Drew Barrymore show on.
Okay.
Well, what if at 3 o'clock they had MLB pregame, at 3:30 they had a baseball game on?
Probably get more people watching than the Drew Barrymore show.
I would imagine so. Now, people said, well, people watch games at night. There's more people, more eyeballs at night. I'm not debating that. But the point is, all of the networks already have contracts for night games. ESPN has games.
Right.
TBS has games. FS1 has games.
Everyone's got a
NBC
game
has
already.
game. Apple TV has a game. So there's really no other night of the week for a network to get a game. So my point was, if you really want live sports and you want to get into Major League Baseball, get creative and say, hey, we'll do a day game every day. And people are like, well, people work. Kids go to school. Well,
I think there's just people online who like to argue because they have nothing better to do with their life.
that's true. That is definitely true. But I don't understand the pushback from that. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Hey, coming up next hour, are the Eagles sending a message to Jalen Hurts? We'll discuss with John McMullen. Right now, I need caller 6 and I need caller 7. 2 qualifiers for our draft party at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. You must be present to win April 23rd. Here's the number. Caller 6 and 7, 609 573 3776. 609 573 3776. Caller 6 and 7. We'll get your information. Josh will tell you all you need to know about this year's draft party where you can win Club Box 50-yard line seats to see an Eagles game at Lincoln Financial Field. We've got an overnight stay at Ocean Casino Resort. We've got concert tickets, comedy show tickets, gift cards, and more. It's the Sports Bash Annual Draft Party, Thursday, April 23rd at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort.
seems like they're clearly sending a message to Jalen Hurts. They want him to be their quarterback, but he's gonna have to do it their way. And they've made it clear to him and to us. I think the most significant thing is they made it clear to the public exactly what they want of him. And they are essentially saying that we weren't doing like the sophisticated offensive things like motioning and shifting and running the ball from under center, which isn't that sophisticated. They're essentially saying that we weren't doing them because Jalen didn't want to do that. So they've given us a checklist for this coming season to watch for. If they aren't doing these certain things, they're making it clear to us. If they're not doing it, it's not because they don't want to, it's because Jalen doesn't want to.
Dominic Foxworth said the Eagles are sending Jalen Hurts a message. Is he right? Well, a long-form article on Wednesday, another article on Thursday. The Eagles have no plans to extend Jalen Hurts this offseason. That, according to a Jeff McMullen piece, even though teams with franchise quarterbacks often restructure contracts to create salary cap in return for more guaranteed years, according to McMullen, Hurts knows that this is the last year of his guaranteed money. He knows the cat's out on some of his baggage. You got to be able to produce. You can't be near the bottom of the league in passing 2 years in a row with the amount of talent that they have. It's not acceptable. Are the Eagles trying to send Jalen Hurts a message? John McMullen, Birds 365 and Sports Illustrated, joins me now on the Sports Bash. Johnny Mac, well, never a dull moment around the Eagles, but you would think like things were slowing down, getting ready for the draft, and then wham, bam, thank you, man. What do you make of some of the comments on Hurts the last 48 hours?
Yeah, where do we start? Look, I think this discussion has been broken for a while. I've said this for years, I think now. And I think it just continues to go down this path, which is kind of makes me shake my head. I was thinking about Bill Parcells, who famously, yelled at his coaches at one point. And, it was during a session where they were talking about draft choices and potential draft choices, and everybody was giving them, well, this guy can't do this, this guy can't do that, this guy can't do this. And he just blew up and he kind of said, yeah, don't tell me what they can't do, tell me what they can do. And then we'll build around that. Like, to me, that is the Big Bang theory of coaching. It's like, what are we talking about here, Mike? It's you're talking about building an offense around the deficiencies of your quarterback.
You're talking about right, exactly. Well, so some of the things in the article from yesterday, the Jeremy Fowler article with Tim McManus, that I thought stood out is the fact that there were tense moments with Kellen Moore the year before. I thought that was one of the big parts about this that kind of got pushed aside because the article was written in part because of the struggles of last year's offense. But they said there was tense moments the year before in which they won the Super Bowl. It kind of reminds me of the John DiFilippo Carson Wentz situation.
Yeah, well, it was kind of that was not new. I mean, there was, when Kellen left, it wasn't exactly a sad day for him, as it was described to me. Now, anybody who's getting a head coaching job, but it's definitely a situation where, if you're an offensive coach, you would prefer to be in the type of system that they're going to try to build this year. I mean, there's no doubt. It's not – the Eagles didn't play fun or aesthetic football even when they were winning the Super Bowl. From the standpoint of building an offense and a guy who wants to show off what he can do, it's not fun. It's boring. It's almost Spartan. It's just like a Jeep. It gets you around. Mm-hmm. It's not the Lamborghini. So, but the success is the success, and that's what's kind of puzzling. So I think everybody's kind of lost sight of the ultimate goal, which is fine from a fan and a media perspective. I expect that. even from a media perspective. But the fact that the Eagles have seemingly fallen into this trap is kind of surprising.
Well, do you think then the organization, that the timing of this article comes out with the Eagles trying to send Hurts a message that, like, you're on your last legs here, buddy, unless things change?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they're. I don't believe for a second they're planning this story. But I think it's a lot. This was a good encapsulation of what's been going on for the past really 5 years. I mean, really, people go back and act like 2022 was the halcyon days. The only difference was, you had a good running game instead of a great running game. The passing game has always been deficient, and the passing game always will be deficient as long as Jalen Hurts is the quarterback. If you don't want that, that's fine. Then you should go get another quarterback. Now, maybe that's where we are. And they can't move on now because of the contract. They can move on soon as long as there's not an extension. And maybe that's the signal.
Well, this is interesting because obviously, as McLean pointed out in his piece today, that there is no talk about doing stuff there. Would this be a time that they would approach him to try to get something done if they were married to him?
Yeah, it would be. This would be, a sweet spot to get an extension done. And perhaps if they needed money for the cap to do something splashy, something, it would have went in a different direction. But I think it's pretty clear that they don't want to extend them at this stage, sort of wait and see approach, which is fine as well. But, maybe I think that's the bigger signal than this big, vast conspiracy if they're planning things to send a message to Jalen Hurts, especially if you think about, how effusive Jeffrey Lurie was hours earlier talking about it.
Right, yeah. He certainly made it like Jalen Hurts was his favorite player in the history of the franchise. And then this thing comes out and basically says, well, he's uncoachable, poor body language, and that everybody notices it. What do you make of those comments there?
Yeah, I mean, I've been using the term aloof for years is the description I got. And he definitely is from the standpoint of his public persona. Bit introverted, always has been. It's ironic, so many similar things to Carson Wentz, just a different way to get there is guys not connecting in different forms and different fashions, but you get to the same place. So none of that is typically new. Now, the going off script, that's troubling. The not running what you're supposed to run, that's troubling. The most troubling is hand signals and inserting routes that are not even in the game plan. That's really troubling. Mm-hmm. That's the most troubling part.
So I know it's like a hearsay type of situation, but who says that? Players on the team, former coaches on the staff, like, hey, this guy's going off script. I mean, they obviously have to know this. Hey, I didn't call that play. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. I mean, the most notable is the Green Bay game last year where Nick was, seen on television saying, why? Why? And that was Jalen and AJ trying to get the kill shot when they should have just run what they were supposed to run. Same thing happened in Seattle, if you remember that game.
Yep.
When they lost.
2023.
So those two have done it a couple of times.
Well, wasn't that the answer from Devontae? It's 1 in 11. They're the one who called that play?
Yeah. And if you go back to Saquon Barkley on the wheel route, at the time Saquon said that wasn't even in the game plan. I said, come on, it's a wheel route. It's got to be in the game plan. But now you start to think about, maybe it wasn't. And maybe Jalen was just going off completely off script. That's not good. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that's going to Yeah, certainly upset coaches in the organization, but going. I hate to use the term going rogue, which a lot of people have done, but in the modern NFL, you basically go up to the line of scrimmage with two options most of the time, and you kill from run to pass or pass to run. That's just part of the game, and audibling is part of the game. So he has that autonomy. So that to me is sort of like welcome to being an offensive coordinator, Jalen Hurts, because when people look at that and say, all right, this is dumb. Why did you come off this play? Well, that's the old adage I've been saying for years on your show. People don't judge plays; they judge play. They don't judge play calls; they judge play results. So that he's getting judged off the results. If it worked, he's a hero.
Yeah. Well, and
so welcome to being the offensive coordinator.
And I think a lot of us have said, look, the offensive coordinator's in a tough spot if the run game doesn't work because the offensive line is kind of banged up. So now you've taken that, you've limited your ability to call run plays, which were, the success rate of those in the past was, 75% of the time you're going to get a big play or 3 to 4 yards no matter what. That got negated last year. But part of the stuff that was in this article that suggested, well, he doesn't want to be under center. He doesn't like motion.
By the way, I don't know who the clip was before, and I don't want to pick on anybody, but when did motion become a synonym for, I forget the word that was used, but, complicated or creative? I find it amusing from the standpoint that Sean McVay literally calls his offense the illusion of complexity. The illusion of complexity. It's very simple.
I agree, which is why, now some people have suggested you send guys in motion and it changes the defense and stuff like that. Why there would be pushback of sending a guy in motion?
Well, he's not comfortable with it, but here's the deal. And he's not comfortable with it because, like most quarterbacks, he's not used to it, so he's not comfortable with it, and it's never been a big part of his football life, so he prefers it a different way. Now, Phillip Rivers likes no motion. Nobody complains because he's Phillip Rivers, one of the highest football IQ quarterbacks of all time. Mm-hmm. Nobody cares. Why doesn't he like motion? He doesn't like it.
Peyton Manning has also been on the record.
Yeah. Kellen Moore, when I talked to him when he first got hired, and I asked him about his history with motion, he went all the way back to his youth and it's always been a part of his football life, so he likes it.
So let me ask you this. So the report alleged that Hurts has continuously pushed back on offensive changes, resisting snaps from under center, using motion. Stuff designed to help maybe beat some zone coverages, which the article then kind of questioned A.J. Brown's effort in some of this stuff. But if Hurts is pushing back on this, again, it goes back to the welcome to being the offensive coordinator. Does Sean Mannion, do we look that he's going to get pushback and resistance from Hurts now?
Well, good luck. I mean, that's, part of the thought process is he's had success with guys who would push back. And Kellen is certainly one who pushed back. And Shane was one who would speak his mind. It's ironic because on the podium, people think they're very understated, but behind the scenes, they're not. And maybe that was the failure of Brian Johnson and Kevin Patullo, who are just nice guys. And part of that yes man sort of narrative, perhaps. I don't know. Is a 33-year-old 2 years off the field, is he the guy to be the hard ass? He's got no coaching experience. A lot of it doesn't. A lot of these narratives don't make sense. If that's the case, and you want the guy who's going to stand up to him, wouldn't you hire the veteran gruff guy?
Right.
Instead of the guy who's got 2 years of coaching experience and never been a coordinator, never called a play? I don't know.
That would be following what you did for success when you had Kellen, because when you had Brian, again, it was a guy that Jalen felt comfortable with. Maybe he thought that he could kind of get his way a little bit more, correct?
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of these things don't add up. Scott Leffler was the quarterback's coach last year. I mean, he's a long time, head coach. He coached Tom Brady in college at the quarterback position. I mean, he was a veteran guy. He's been around forever. Was he a yes man? I mean, I can't tell you. I find it hard to believe that somebody who's been a head coach for years, even though it's at the college level, is just going to sit back and say, "Oh, don't worry about it."
Yeah.
So and now Parks Frazier is the quarterback's coach, and he's never been a quarterback's coach. And like I said, Scott Leffler was coaching Tom Brady at Michigan. That's how long he's been doing it.
John, one of the assessments from an opposing coach who scouted the Eagles said 1 out of 10 games he's going to play the way he did in the Super Bowl. The other 9, it's going to be a mixed bag. Is that a damning comment of people who scout the Philadelphia Eagles?
No, not necessarily. I mean, I think it's a damning comment for people that put so much emphasis on, and you even saw with Nick Sirianni at the coaches' breakfast when he was asked about, look, Jalen, basically some of the things that are in this story. He's not used to playing under center. He's not used to motion. What makes you think he can do it? And he gave the runaround of, well, he's a good player, so he should be able to do anything. And then he talked about the Minnesota game, which, the perfect passer rating. And, it's interesting coming up to the draft because I always tell the draft people and the YouTube scouts and, don't focus on the highlights, focus on the bad games to find out what kind of player you have. These are NFL players. They can all have. So just because you played well, and it's impressive to play well on big stage like the Super Bowl, but that doesn't translate into you're going to play that way every single week. Mm-hmm. So the point of the consistency is not there in the passing game. I mean, you got a large sample size to tell you that's completely true.
I guess a question would be, a follow-up to this would be, if the team has success but Hurts' numbers are, what they are, that's a crossroads of a decision to have to make, is it not?
Yeah, and the Eagles seem to be struggling with that decision. It's almost like, the joke was, after the Super Bowl, at one point when they were in the 10-1 run, and they were called the most miserable, whatever that run was. I think it was 10-1. They called the most miserable 10-1 team in history. They've gone through this era of unprecedented success for this franchise. And for a large part of it, they've been miserable. And the reason they're miserable is because the offense is so ugly. And I think it's finally worn them down.
Yeah. Well, we know Jeffrey famously was not happy that they won a game because they ran the ball too much. I guess has he backed off that over the last 5 years because they've been a much more successful run team than a pass team?
Well, he backed off it in 2024 because it was working so well. But obviously he's not backing off it now. And he's allowing this to happen. Or maybe even, he certainly, as he said, he admitted he's more involved now than he's ever been. Mm-hmm. So, if he's more involved now than he's ever been, by his own words, well, he's okayed all this. And that's what I can't wrap my head around. Because I have never heard, and I've talked, I was here day one for Nick Sirianni. I've been here his entire, obviously, reign as the Eagles head coach, and I've heard him talk multiple times about his philosophy, and it was always about building around the players, always. He tells a great Larry Karras story that I've probably said a million times when he was interviewing to be the offensive coordinator there. Larry asked him a question. All right, what kind of offense do you want to run? And he started, like most of us do when we're giving interviews, we start answering like what that person wants to hear. So he started in, and Kara stopped him right away and said, "You don't even know who your players are. Why are you talking about what kind of offense you're going to run?" And it was literally the foundation of his coaching philosophy. Does that sound like the guy and what's going on right now?
Well, I'll tell you, John, never a dull moment, right? For a team that's had a ton of success, been to the playoffs every single year in the Hurts era, as we mentioned. The biggest part of this is it is the final year of Hurts' fully guaranteed money. He is under contract through 2028, but there is no more guaranteed money. And
he's got $22 million next year, so there's a little bit, but $22 million for a $50 million quarterback is not a lot.
Right. Well, I was on I was a guest on the national show last night, and they asked me, would the Eagles think about trading Hurts? And one of the make-believe ones they threw my way was for Myles Garrett, and at that point you're almost like, well, that would be an interesting one. But I would imagine trading Hurts, would that even be an option?
Certainly not right now because of the cap ramifications. You never say never down the road. And yeah, right now it's not going well. And I don't see it working out. So, look, if you compare it to, a dad throwing his kid into the deep end of the pool to teach him how to swim, that's what the Eagles are doing to Jalen Hurts. Maybe he swims, maybe he doesn't. But the odds are against him because he doesn't like it. He's not comfortable with it. He doesn't want to do it. And you could say that's headstrong and he should shut up and do what he's told. I get that. But it's just not likely to succeed. That's not how it works. Are you going to tell Tom Brady to run a bunch of RPOs?
Well,
I don't get it, Mike.
We'll see. We'll see what ends up happening here, and obviously keep an eye draft day too to see what happens. They draft a quarterback in the second round, third round. Let's see if they put
Simpson first round. No, I'm joking.
John McMullen, Birds 365. They'll be pontificating more, I'm sure, on this and more draft on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. John, thanks, man.
All right, thanks, bud.
All right, there's Johnny Mack, everybody, here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And, of course, you can watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Just search 973 ESPN on YouTube. Nuggets on the way. Tomorrow, Ventnor Social, the place to go to watch the Phillies. And we'll be there tomorrow. Stop out and see us. Great food, great drink specials. Visit the Facebook page to check out everything up to date on the info and the specials. Plus, we'll be there tomorrow. First of many this season for our Phillies day game watch parties. Stop out and enter for a chance to win a trip to go see the Phils play at Camden Yards in Baltimore. Tomorrow's your first chance. All you got to do is pop out. We'll have a drop box there. Put your name in the box, and you'll have multiple opportunities to win that trip. We'll give you all the details. Stop out tomorrow and see us. Ventnor Social in Ventnor at 6417 Ventnor Avenue. Our Phillies watch party tomorrow against the Rockies. We'll talk Phillies at 5 o'clock with our Phillies Fastball segment. Stick around. Nuggets next. All right, 331, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Flyers tonight. Tyson Foerster's back tonight. I mean, where'd that come from? Tyson Foerster back tonight for the Flyers against the Red Wings. You can listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. We got another chance for you to qualify coming up for the Eagles Club Box tickets. I want to congratulate our winners, qualifiers from the first hour of the show. Let's go back to the 2 o'clock hour winners. What do we got here, Josh? We got Alex in the Villas and Justin in Ventnor. So Justin in Ventnor, Alex in the Villas. We'll see you guys at Ocean Casino Resort at the Balcony Bar. Now, Justin and Ventnor, stop out tomorrow. Say hello. We're going to be over in your neck of the woods at Ventnor Social tomorrow. So stop out and see us there tomorrow for our Phillies watch parties. We're going to be doing those April 3rd, April 30th, May 20th, June 4th, July 29th, August 26th, and September the 10th are the ones we have on the schedule right now. All right, it's time for the Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw is back with today's edition of Nick's Nuggets on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Looking forward to what we got. A busy night in Philly, busy time in Philly. All four teams really in play right now. What do we got?
I'll tell you what, Mike. I mean, there is no shortage of nuggets today, to say the least. First and foremost, we'll start with this nugget. Tyson Foerster. I mean, who would have thought the Flyers would be back in action, getting Tyson back? I mean, this is unbelievable because we didn't think we would probably see him the rest of the year. They get Porter Martone and then Foerster back. Are you serious? I'm looking forward to that, Mike. You know, it'd be a nice thing to see a busy Xfinity Mobile Arena around April and May and even into June.
Hey, man, I'm all about seeing a Flyers playoff. I know that they're probably not a Stanley Cup team right now, but I wouldn't mind a little extra pucks if you get. No, I got a funny story for you.
All right.
So the other night, the Flyers are playing, trying to make a playoff push, and then they beat Dallas. Is when they beat Dallas.
I was there.
I texted the Schweiner, and I said, playoff pucks? And he writes back to me, hey, Mike, when do you need those pucks?
Hold up. What? Wait, he wrote back, when do you need the pucks?
Yeah, like the next day. He didn't understand. I didn't mean like physical pucks. I was just saying after the win, are we I'm rhetorically asking, are we going to get some playoff pucks? Instead of saying playoff hockey, I said playoff pucks. And then he wrote to me the next day and said, when do you need those pucks by?
That's
He didn't understand that I was just being kind of like, playoff puck. Well, that would
doesn't get more Schwein than that. Unbelievable. That is just totally unbelievable.
Right, yeah. So, but hey, listen, one of my favorite times ever doing this show in the history of the show was 2010 when they went to the Stanley Cup Finals.
Yeah. I mean, that team, you had Braden Coburn, Matt Carl, Danny Briere, Richards, Jeff Carter, Chemo Tiemann, and Pronger. I mean, I could go on and on the list. That was a fun year. I remember we went to a bunch of games that year, the family and I, and we had a blast. I mean, everyone was bought in the Flyers. I mean, the town was like flying high, no pun intended. It was a good time. I wouldn't mind some playoff puck around here, even if all right, they're not going to make a run, but this is a good start for the rebuild. All right, they got a squad here, and credit to Talk.
Yeah, listen, this team right now is certainly gaining some. The fan base is getting excited because we've talked a lot. What do they have to root for? Martone's giving you something different. Now, the disappointing thing is Michkov has always been the answer. What's something you're excited about? Michkov has been the answer, but he hasn't really had a good year at all this year. So this is a team that is giving you some moments and giving you a little run here at the end. They'll probably end up coming up a little short. They're 3 points behind the Islanders in the Metro. That loss to Washington last night hurt them. They're 2 points out of a wild card spot, so they're still in this thing. But, I would love to see a little playoff pucks, no doubt.
Yeah, it would be awesome. And Tyson Foerster was practicing today. Could see a line with Trevor Zegras, Owen Tippett. Oh, That's exciting stuff right there. If you get Foerster back in with those guys, I mean, hey, you get Porter Martone in the mix here, get some of the young guys some experience in the postseason. That would be outstanding.
No doubt. And listen, the question will be, what does this – is this the offseason they finally take the swing? Is this the offseason that they say, hey, we're right there, now we got to make our move? Or they've been telling us we're not right there yet. We're not quite there.
Nope. So we'll see. It'd be nice to have some playoff puck. Big one tonight for the Fly guys. Could you see Tyson Foerster back? That could be very fascinating. All right, moving along. Nugget number 2. My guy, my rookie, Justin Crawford. Oh, hitting the game winner, a little game winner base hit yesterday. Walk off. Unbelievable comeback by the Phillies. Thought they were dead out of it against the Nats yesterday. They find a way to win it, and the kid comes through. I'll tell you what, both our rookies are showing up, Mike. You Painter with the debut the other day. Crawford right now leading the team in batting average. He's been great. And this is according to John Foley of 2008 Phils. Justin Crawford is hitting .412 through 17 at-bats despite a 61.5% ground ball rate. The MLB average is 44.2%. This is why he was able to come through in the big moment. Because guess what? He puts the ball in play, Mike. He makes contact. He's even fouling off pitches here and there. I mean, even if the pitch isn't close to the plate, he's fouling it off. It doesn't matter. This is good stuff from Justin Crawford. They needed a guy like this who can make contact and find a way to put the ball in play instead of swing and miss, home run, swing and miss. This is what they needed.
Listen, this team has needed that type of guy to this lineup for a long time. A guy who puts the ball in play, makes things happen, doesn't strike out. You know, Alec Bohm has only struck out one time this year. That's one of the reasons why I like Bohm in a different spot in the order, not the 4-hole, maybe the 2 spot, because he puts the ball in play. Does he always come through? No, obviously, but he's miscasted in the 4-hole. Maybe put him in the 2-hole and use Schwarber in the 4-hole. Then you have Bohm with Harper and Schwarber hitting behind him there. That would give the team a little different dynamic. But Crawford's showing you, even Harper, the other day, he had a ground ball to first base, and the first baseman boinked it, right?
Yep.
And you got your third run, and ended up being the run that ended up having you win that game. Yeah, putting the ball in play is a lost art with all these people taking people's money to say, hey, you got to hit the ball out of the yard. And pitchers are now winning that battle. These pitchers are so dominant because they know your swing pattern stinks.
Yep.
Now, Crawford's saying, hey, you're going to throw it? I'll put it in play. I'll put the ball in play. And the Phillies prospered from it so far.
Sure. Yeah. And listen, having him in the 9 spot, flipping the lineup over to the top guys who hopefully will get going at some point, because you have that guy in the 9-hole, not as much pressure, and you get to flip it over all the time to the top of the lineup. That is so ideal. However, the top guys aren't showing up at the moment. So you need those guys to start showing up, and this will really start clicking if you get the Turners of the world, the Schwarbers, the Harpers to really get going offensively. Because guess what? You get a guy who's just putting the ball in play, finding a way to get on base hit. That's a guy you want in the 9-hole, and it's less pressure for the rook. I love it. This is what I said. I think he's got a shot at the batting title, Mike. I know it's 4 games in, but that was my bold prediction on opening day and prior to that. He is going to be a batting average machine because he makes a lot of contact. And I remember last year, how negative the ground ball rate is. Well, a couple games into the season, it looks pretty good so far.
Well, I'll tell you what. We were debating this the other day about Rookie of the Year. Andrew Painter plus 1,100, and Justin Crawford is, plus 3,300, I think it was?
Put it in now. My guy, put it in now. I have to lay it down because I really think he's got a shot. I think he's going to make an impact
Crawford,
on this team.
Plus, it's not 3,300. It's 2,200 for Crawford, okay. 1,100 for Painter.
Put it in for Crawford. It's my guy. And Painter's your guy. But they're both our guys because guess what? You need both those rookies. And if they're consistent with the way Crawford's been in the past, right? In AAA, being consistent, getting on base, ground balls, base hits, etc. Awesome. That's what the Phillies needed, and it worked out. Same thing with Painter. If he could be consistent on the mound, right? Give you a good start pretty much every time he goes out there and lives up to the rookie hype. Hey, man, then it worked out, and the Phillies made the right call. And we've been saying this. What if they brought these guys up last year? Who knows what could have happened if they brought him
Well,
up?
and I talked about that earlier. Just because they're having success now doesn't mean they would be doing
No.
this a year ago. But it does show you the infusion of youth and what it meant to this team, that they needed something different. And the interesting part is I'm already hearing, like, you got to move Crawford up in the lineup. No, this is like the conversation we had about Stott last year. No, keep him 9. Keep him 9 and let him hit down there because now I will say one of the conversations is going to start being, you got to move Stott out of that 5-hole. He can't keep hitting in the 5-hole.
No, and this was my argument last year, was that keep Stott lower in the lineup. It's less pressure. Do not move him out of there because he's getting base hit after base hit after base hit. Same thing with Crawford. Leave him there. He's a rookie. Keep him in that spot. Low pressure. Let him do his thing, okay, throughout the year. Keep him in the 9-hole, 8-hole, whatever. Do not lead him off. Do not move him up to 2. Don't think about it, Rob. Just keep him at where he's at right now, okay? And I guarantee you'll have a more successful season if you keep him where he's at in the lineup. So, yeah, same thing. It's the same argument. You made a great point. The argument I had last year about Stott, do the same thing with Crawford this year. Keep him there. Don't move him. Leave him.
I agree 100%. And listen, I
How can
agreed
you
with
not?
you last year. My disagreement with you last year was nobody was asking for Stott to get out of the 9-hole. We were all saying stay in the 9-hole because you're not any better than the 9-hole hitter. Now, you could think about moving him down to maybe flip-flop with Marsh where he's hitting 7th.
It's fine. It's a little high for me, but you know what? 7, 8, 9. Just keep him in that realm. No need to go higher than that. Don't lead him off. Keep Turner and Schwarber there. They'll come around at some point. You hope, cross your fingers, but you think they'll come around. That's the kind of the plan. But man, if those guys start clicking and Crawford's clicking, man, you're turning the lineup over all the time. You should be scoring a lot of runs every single game.
That's the thing is you have right now your top 3 of your top 4 hitters are hitting 6, 7, and 9. Garcia, Marsh, and Crawford. If that keeps up where those guys are hitting and they're on base, Turner, Schwarber, and Harper should have a lot of opportunities. And once they get going, that should generate some runs.
Absolutely. All right, moving along. Nugget number 2. Oh, my Sixers. My Sixers. Oh, they're back in a playoff spot, Mike. I don't know for how long, but they're in it right now. And as it stands today, they're number 6 in the Eastern Conference. Toronto lost last night. Atlanta keeps winning. I think they're going to be the 5. But the Toronto Raptors lose. The Sixers move up. They beat the Wiz Kids last night in Washington. Scored 150-plus points again over the Washington Wizards. Podcast P, 39 points. It was a great win. They needed that win. And Joel Embiid did not play. Even though April Fool's, he was on Twitter trying to say he wanted to play, etc. Doesn't matter. They found a way to win. They have a tough stretch coming up with the Timberwolves. They got the Rockets, etc. They had a couple of tough teams coming up here down the stretch with 6 games to go. However, I do want to have a little fun with this nugget. Yes, the Sixers won last night. They're in the 6th spot. Great. If the season ended today, they would play the New York Knicks. But I want to talk about the Wizards. They did something at halftime for April Fool's Day. And by the way, I hate
this up because I was going to give you this as a nugget.
Oh, see, I beat you to it. I knew. We great minds think alike. All right. So last night at halftime, they did a backwards half-court contest, half-court shot, and they blindfolded the guy. But everyone acted as if he had made the shot when he shot it. He did not make the shot. And people on social media were going nuts at this because they tricked the guy that he won this big prize after doing the backwards blindfolded shot.
Yep.
The Wizards had to put out a statement today on social media stating, quote, "We apologize for last night's April Fool's joke that left many wondering if we had misled a fan. The skit involved our mascot and other members of our performance team, was scripted and intended to celebrate the day. All participants were in on the joke, but we missed the mark. Our fans are our priority, and we continue to be committed to providing a positive experience to all who attend our games." Does that warrant a statement from the team put out on social media? Are we kidding me?
No, and the guy didn't seem mad at all. Once he
he's
saw
in
the
on it.
video, he was laughing. He was like, "Oh my God." Like, I can't understand why the team felt the need that they had to put something out about this.
the things people get upset about, it mind boggles me. The guy, first of all, was in on the skit, all right? And even if he wasn't, it was April Fool's.
So
okay?
even if he wasn't in on it, like
who cares?
I don't think they told him, hey, we're gonna blindfold you, you're gonna miss the shot. I just think he didn't have any clue.
Yeah. Listen, even if it wasn't a skit and it was a random fan, they pulled out of the nosebleeds, like Nicky Nosebleeds or something, right? You pull it out, hey, come down, shoot the shot. You win a grand prize or whatever. You got to do it blindfolded and backwards. I mean, it's April 1st. Let me look at the date. I'm not going to trust anything, first of all, okay? So that, like, the fact where this was soft, I mean, this is tissue paper. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
We got to put out statements for skits now because people were upset. Are you kidding me?
Number one, yes, I agree. He was laughing. He thought it was funny. I thought
he was in on it.
Yeah, I don't know if he was in on it or not. It doesn't.
He was.
Matter.
That's what they said.
He knew that it was.
Yes, he knew it was a skit. It was a whole entire skit.
Right,
that was what the statement read.
The fact that they had to write anything is ridiculous.
This
But
is insane.
I will say, the April Fool's thing is going too far. It's we don't need it anymore. It's outlived its necessity in a world that we live in where you just can't trust anything anymore.
No. Well, here's the problem. You got Schweiners out there who have to send me stuff and Josh to clear. Is this fake or real? And fake, like Facebook is just a cesspool of nonsense. Okay. And on April Fools, I mean, there are some stuff that looks really real, but then you forget, it's April 1st. Let me remember that I gotta, it's probably not real and fake. So yeah, April Fools in the social media era is tough, man, because there's a lot of fake stuff already out there. And you just add to the mix on April Fool's Day.
Yeah, I agree. Like I saw some things yesterday, and I'm like, I don't know if I'm supposed to believe this or not. And it wasn't stuff that was like completely unbelievable, but it was like, I just don't know if I can believe it or not.
I know. All right. Final nugget number 4 before I get out of here. I know Jeff McClain had put out a story. I know we'll wrap this up quickly. He had put out a story, another one regarding Jalen Hurts. But if you go on social media, okay, Colin Cowherd had put out a video regarding the topic yesterday about the original Jalen Hurts story on ESPN. Tank Bigsby commented back at Cowherd saying, quote, "The best in the world. Stop all that hating, my boy," to Cowherd and regarding the media and the Jalen Hurts story. I also want to play one of his other former teammates with Jordan Schultz asked him a question regarding Jalen back in February around Super Bowl time. I believe it might have been a little after the Super Bowl. Take a listen to what Jahan Dodson responded about Jalen and his leadership.
Was this version of Jalen the best leadership you had seen from him?
I would say so. In my 2 years being here, he was way more vocal.
Yeah.
We were challenging ourselves. The coaches were challenging us. And, he was relaying those messages to us when we were tired in practice or tired in the fourth quarter. He was relaying those messages to us. And, he truly is, I feel like, one of the best leaders I've ever been around. He commands the attention of the huddle. He commands the attention of the room.
So clearly, Dotson on the faction with Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, and this thing listen, the article went to, it was very long, but it was both sides. It did say, now listen, you had to get all the way to the bottom of that article to read the other side of the thing, and most people's attention spans are dodo birds.
Zip. Zero. None. There's no attention span anymore.
No attention spans. People don't like facts. They don't have attention spans. It's hard to.
They're getting upset about the blindfolded half-court shots on April Fool's Day.
Yeah, that one there I couldn't believe. But listen, the Hurts stuff to me, it's hard to tell. Did the team leak this out because they're sending the message to Hurts that, hey man, you've been getting your way, but things need to change. And if you because as McMullen said in the last segment, generally the team would approach the quarterback right about now when the contract has no guaranteed money left in it to say, hey, we want to extend you because it will help our cap situation. The Eagles are clearly keeping an option open to do something if this year goes similar to what last year did.
Yep. Yeah, it's a fascinating situation. Very interesting timing, too. And then you'll see what A.J. Brown brings around June 1st. All right, Mike. 4-pack of nuggets for you today.
All right. As this gentleman asked here, I'll ask you, are you falling for the Sixers
Hell yeah.
trap again?
Hell yeah.
I said no. I said they are a one and done. I'm not falling for it. I will watch. I will be entertained if there's something there. I want to be wrong, but I believe that they are a one and done.
I'm numb. I'm numb to them failing in the postseason. They lose, what? It's not going to affect me like it has in the past. I won't go. I will go sit in my room in a corner in darkness for about 3 hours and just stare at a wall if they do lose in the first or second round. But after that, I'll be okay.
I am not. I'm expecting a one and done here is what I'm expecting. So, no, I am not falling for the trap. I always say I just like basketball.
Sure.
I'll watch a run over at the Jerome Avenue courts in Margate if I have to.
Absolutely. I've had plenty of runs at the Ocean City courts, okay? I've had plenty of runs there, all right?
Going down to Sea Isle. When I go down to Sea Isle, watch a couple runs down there.
Nice.
Right? There's some high-level hoops over there. I'm in. All right, Sports Bass Live. There's our Nuggets today. Thanks, Nick.
Later.
All right, the Nuggets are back tomorrow on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. One thing that, the Sixers, if they are healthy, at least it's worth watching. If they went into the playoffs and Joel's not playing and Paul George isn't playing and Maxi's still not playing, but they just happen to still be in the playoffs because, how many wins they have right now? I think 42. So let's say they win 4 more games. They'll be 46 games. A team that wins 46 games, but they enter the playoffs with Joel out, Paul George out, Maxey out. No, I would have zero interest. But if those guys are on the floor for game 1 of a playoff series, yeah, I'm going to watch. I will watch and be interested. Do I expect them to win a first-round series? I do not. I do not expect them to win a first-round series. When we come back, I hope I'm wrong, though. I would like to be wrong about that. When we come back, Andrew DiCecco for today's Football at 4. What is his takeaways on the Jeff McMullen article from the Inquirer today, the ESPN.com article from yesterday? We'll talk some draft with him. But first, I need 2 qualifiers, caller 6 and caller 7. Here's the number, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. I need 2 callers, 6 and caller 7. You have a shot to win club box tickets to see an Eagles game at Lincoln Financial Field this season. You must be present to win at our Sports Bash Draft Day party, Thursday, April 23rd, at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. The live show will have giveaways, an overnight stay to Ocean, food and drink specials, plus concert tickets, comedy show tickets, and more. Stop on out, but you must be present to win. And right now, you got to be caller 6 or caller 7. 2 qualifiers each hour. Here's your chance. Good luck. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It is brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We will be there at the Balcony Bar on April 23rd for this year's Eagles draft party. Vince in Summers Point, Debbie in Northfield. They just qualified, and they'll be there with us with a chance to win Eagles Club Box tickets for a game at Lincoln Financial Field. Don't forget Ocean Casino Resort. Bert Kreischer is there on Friday and Saturday at Ovation Hall. Get your tickets now at theoceanac.com. Aaron Lewis from Stained will be at Ovation Hall on Friday, April 17th, and comedian Tony Hinchcliffe will be there on Friday, April 24th. Get your tickets at theoceanac.com. And Lenny Kravitz will take the stage at Ovation Hall on Saturday, May 16th. Get your tickets at theoceanac.com. Andrew DiCecco, he's a big music fan. I don't know if Lenny Kravitz or Aaron Lewis from Stained is up his alley. Possibly. He joins us now to talk a little football at 4. What's going on, Andrew? How you been?
What's up, Mike? Yeah, that song Fly Away by Lenny Kravitz was really popular with me when I was growing up, so I consider myself a Lenny Kravitz guy, sure.
All right. Lenny Kravitz would be in your wheelhouse then. Andrew DiCecco, of course. Everybody listens for the Birds. That's in your wheelhouse as well. And, normally we'd be getting ready for the draft and starting to talk a lot of draft, but, man, some bombshells over the last 24 hours regarding Jalen Hurts. And, obviously, Tim McManus and Jeremy Fowler, two very reputable guys. Are you surprised? You're around Jalen. You're around this team all season long. Are you picking up the pieces and putting them together and seeing this jiving?
Yeah, it's not really a surprise, Mike, and that's why I've always, whenever I've been on with you or elsewhere, I've always been really adamant that it was never about one person, one coach, one scheme, or anything like that. It was always a collective. Whenever you see an offense fall short of meeting expectations that has that much invested in it, it can't just be one person. And there were a lot of variables here, and I think what that story did was it provided context to Jalen Hurts' role in the offensive shortcomings.
All right, so a lot of the stuff, uncoachable, poor body language. When you hear that kind of stuff, those are some red flags, are they not?
Sure, yeah. I mean, that's never a great thing from your franchise quarterback, but everything is in a snapshot in time when you're talking about body language and things like that. I think what was more revealing and stuff that we've gathered, if you're around the team all the time, you can't help but pick things up. His aversion to doing certain things, whether that's play action, the under center, throwing inside the numbers, just common things that we haven't seen Jalen Hurts do all that much under Nick Sirianni, and he hasn't really been asked to do it all that much. And to be able to really immerse yourself in a new look offense, which we can all agree is to be expected, Jalen Hurts is going to have to change and embrace that change because it's going to be a stark contrast from what he's been asked to do in the past.
All right, so let's get into that a little bit. There is some reporting that basically that he did not want to make changes, that he has pushed back against a lot of the changes, whether it be offensive changes, resisting taking snaps under center, using more motion. I got some tools kind of designed to help some beat zone coverages. Do you look at that then as a fit for what Sean Mannion wants to do?
It's hard to say that right now, but I mean, he's never been asked to do it, so everything here is a projection. But I think if we're being fair to Jalen, he's handled turnover pretty flawlessly. He's on a 6 coordinator right now, and he's built up enough equity in this city. He's done enough. His resume shows it, that he deserves the benefit of the doubt. Now, it's not a slam dunk that he transitions without any kind of hurdles, but he, in that story, indicated that he's more willing to change now more than he ever has been. So I think that is certainly encouraging. And there's not a whole lot of cards left to play, right? I mean, the NFL has caught up to the Eagles style that has been very successful under Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts, but it's time for the offense to evolve. And one thing that we can all agree on, and it's well documented, Jeffrey Lurie values high-flying dynamic offenses, especially when it comes to the passing game. And what we saw the last 2 seasons was not acceptable. They've always prided themselves, the Eagles I'm talking about, as being a cutting-edge organization. And this offense that they're expected to roll is in vogue, and it's here to stay. So it very much feels like the train's at the station.
Yeah.
This is what they're doing. Kind of get on board, or it's going to leave without you.
I'm talking with Andrew DiCecco. It's Football at 4. Obviously, the coaches and staff reportedly felt that Hurts was sometimes closed off, uncoachable, poor body language, and that was noticed by teammates. And they felt that the Laurie Roseman Sirianni was reluctant to criticize him, and that's usually, it sounds like it would cause a divide, but it doesn't seem that there was that divide between the offense and Hurts, correct? Like, it doesn't seem like they're just like, hey, we can't play for this guy.
No, not at all. But perception can be reality. And I think when you look at Jalen Hurts, he's reserved. He's guarded. He's always been that way. But what I can tell you, Mike, from being there every day last season, I noticed a concerted effort from Jalen Hurts to connect more, to come out of his shell and be more open with teammates. It's not something that is probably going to come natural, because when you're stoic and you're guarded and you're sort of an introvert, that doesn't come naturally. But I did notice that he's making an effort to try to come out of his shell a little bit. But as the leader of an offense and really the face of the franchise, you would like to see a little bit more. I guess you'd like to see a little bit more personality, to kind of put it plainly.
Absolutely. I feel, Andrew, and see if you agree or disagree, one of the hardest things with Hurts is, man, he is an unrelatable guy. He just does not connect for a guy who's had the success that he has had. Normally, the franchise quarterback is the most popular guy in town, and that's not to say that Hurts is unpopular, but you would agree, it sounds like, that he is a hard guy to connect with for the fans, and I would imagine that means he's a hard guy to connect with teammates.
Yeah, but, a lot of the same things were said about Donovan McNabb and Carson Wentz, about how they didn't maybe come off as relatable. And I think when you're in such a public-facing occupation, like quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles, naturally you're going to command a lot of attention, but you have to be solely focused on the task at hand, and you don't necessarily become infatuated with the world of social media and doing all these other things. He's very active in the community in terms of doing things for charities and things like that. But in terms of, being someone who you feel like you know a lot about, that's just not Jalen Hurts. But that also wasn't Carson Wentz or Donovan McNabb. It's just a certain force field that you have to break through, I guess. But, I think that it's not necessarily abnormal to quarterbacks that we've seen come through here over the years.
Talking with Andrew DiCecco, he has a very big contract, obviously, but that guaranteed money is coming to a close, and some are suggesting the timing of this story would kind of indicate that they are trying to get a message out to Jalen Hurts to let him know that he is on notice. Do you have that feeling?
Well, it's kind of hard to fathom, because Jalen Hurts has won a lot of football games for the Philadelphia Eagles. But I would say put on notice in the sense that, as I mentioned, this is the offense that the Eagles are going to adopt. And there's going to be some pause, because you don't quite know how Jalen's going to respond to change of this magnitude. And before you dole out considerable amount of compensation to any player, you need to be sure that they're going to be a fit for what you're trying to do long term. And you don't just want to go with the benefit of the doubt. I believe that he'll do this. I believe he'll do that because he's responded to challenges and adversity in the past. You need to see it. And when you're being asked to do things that you really haven't had to do in a large sample size throughout your career, yeah, there's going to be cause for some skepticism there until you actually see it manifest. So I don't think the Eagles would be in any rush, nor do they shouldn't be in any rush to extend Jalen Hurts.
One of the other parts of this article from Jeff McMullen today, Andrew, I thought was kind of interesting, was that he claimed that people who scouted the Eagles said that Hurts teams will keep using the same looks, saying that, quote, 1 out of 10 games he's going to play the way he did in the Super Bowl. The other 9, it's going to be a mixed bag. If you're on the Eagles coaching staff and you're hearing an opposing coach say that about your quarterback, does that put up some red flags of maybe teams don't think this guy's all as good as we're seeing?
Yeah, and that goes back to my perception is reality. And I can tell you a lot of times last season, Mike, definitively that there were plays on the field to be made. So you can look at Kevin Patullo and say the offense wasn't good enough from just from a schematic standpoint, and I'm not going to argue with that because it wasn't good enough. But he became the face of the offensive inefficiencies, and I think a lot of that was unfair. I mean, there were a lot of other variables that contributed to it, Jalen Hurts being one of them, the health of the offensive line, and the inefficiency in the running game as well. But there were plays on the field to be made, and there was some hesitancy there that I noticed from Jalen in pulling the trigger. It almost seemed like unless a receiver was streaking wide open, he was a little reluctant to pull the trigger there. And also the running game. I mean, he regressed in terms of how many times he was willing to tuck it and run. And that is a dynamic quality that I think separates Jalen Hurts from many quarterbacks in the NFL. And it's what makes him special. So I think for him to really be that triple threat, because he looks at it through, passing, running, and his mind, you need to be able to tap into an essential function. And there's just it wasn't a good season for Jalen, I didn't think. And, there's a lot of questions as to how he's going to acclimate to what is going to be a drastic departure in terms of scheme.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. It sounded as if, right, Andrew, that Laurie, Sirianni both indicated that there will be significant changes to this offense.
Oh, yeah, change is coming. And many ask for change, and you're going to get it, and it's going to be pretty significant.
All right, we'll keep our eye on that, obviously, and obviously there's been some big news around Jalen Hurts. He will be here this year, but we'll see what his future holds. In terms of what he might have with them, they have signed a couple new receivers. They brought in Elijah Moore. They brought in Hollywood Brown. A.J. Brown is still here. Devontae Smith is here. Goddard is here. But I want to talk about the draft and see if there's something around 23 that you think they could add to the arsenal, whether it be a wide receiver, possibly a tight end, or is offensive line the most probable spot they would go in that area?
I think offensive line is probably the most probable, just given their history and knowing that you still have yet to identify a successor for Lane Johnson. There's going to be a couple of tackles, whether that's Monroe Freeling or Blake Miller from Clemson, who I really like, or Caden Proctor from Alabama, who's a player that I also really like, though I think he probably would be a better fit had Jeff Stoutland remained in the fold as the offensive line coach. But I also think there's some good skill players, and I'm talking about Omar Cooper Jr., the wide receiver from Indiana. I think that's a sweet spot for him, anywhere from where the Eagles are picking to the end of the first round. And, of course, it always seems like as you trend towards the draft night, players tend to rise. But then there's KC Concepcion from Texas A&M, dynamic, explosive player. He does have some questionable drops last season that I think, are cause for concern. But that's a player that I think could be a game breaker for your offense. And for an offense that's largely absent of explosive plays, at least last season, I would think that would be an appealing addition if given the opportunity. And then tight end would be Kenyon Sadiq. He's the only tight end that I view as a first-round talent. And he's someone that I think if the Eagles really wanted, they would have to trade up to get him, because I do believe that the tight end is now becoming a position of value more than it has in the past when you look at the recent success of Trey McBride, Sam Laporta, you look at Tyler Warren and how valuable those components are to an offense and how you can utilize them. Kenyon Sadiq is a Swiss Army knife that I think is going to be a plug-and-play option who's going to have an early impact. So that would be a player that if the Eagles really wanted him, they're going to have to trade up to get him.
He would be an interesting guy. We'll see. And I'm very intrigued to see how the tight end's role changes under Sean Manning as opposed to what we've seen before. Because I think, Andrew, a lot of people felt that maybe there was even more to get out of Dallas Goedert.
Yeah, I would agree with you. And I don't necessarily think that you're going to see an uptick in targets with the tight ends, but I think you're going to see a lot more creativity in how they're deployed and the route concepts that they're going to be asked to implement there, or be asked to execute, I should say, because Dallas Goedert was criminally underutilized as a vertical threat. He has the ability to stretch and work the seams a little bit and create those type of unique mismatches with safeties and linebackers. And I don't think that the route concepts last season really did Dallas Goedert any favors. He made the most of his opportunities, but I think you're going to see a lot more creativity And with Josh Grizzard coming on as the pass game coordinator, you're going to see a lot more spacing and innovation in terms of players being able to separate. Because let's not forget, even last season, Mike, it seemed like every time, whether it was Devontae Smith or A.J. Brown or Dallas Goedert, whenever they were targeted, it felt like they were catching the football and then taking the hit. They weren't put in position to run after the catch and maximize what they're able to do. And so I think you're going to see a lot more of that in this offense.
All right, Andrew DiCecco, of course, we are 3 weeks from the day from the NFL draft. We'll zone in more on that as we get closer. And, of course, our draft party will be at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. So listen for your chance to enter. And, Andrew, we'll talk some more draft. We'll talk some more birds next week on Football at 4. Thanks, man.
Looking forward to it, Mike. Talk soon.
As always, Andrew DiCecco, Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. And, of course, you can check out the Inside the Birds podcast on all podcasting platforms. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. You know, I want to kind of target in on a couple of things here. One, the biggest reveal of the story today from McMullen. You know, you take a look at 2026. It's the final year of Hurts' fully guaranteed money, and he is under contract to 2028. The lack of the extension this offseason is what is being questioned by a lot of people. As one source put it, that the cat's out on some of his baggage. You've got to be able to produce. So some people are wondering why the story comes out on April 1st, April 2nd, another one, all targeted at Hurts. So are the Eagles noting we got to let him know that the way that he has been uncoachable, poor body language, hey, we know, and now you know we know. And some suggest the organization, you know, they're the ones that leaked this out there as kind of like, bang, here you go. You have to adapt to this new system or else. You know, you have not taken to the coaching we've given you, and it's now suffered on the field. We brought in new systems, new guys. It's a make-or-break year for you. A lot of good stuff there from Andrew and, of course, John earlier on the show. And, of course, we have you here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Don't forget, we're going to be live at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, this year's draft party at the Balcony Bar. Yes, it's going to be fun. It is going to be a big day. We are going to be there live at the Balcony Bar, and you have a chance to win great prizes this year, including a pair of club box tickets to a game at Lincoln Financial Field. That is number one. Number two, Ocean Casino Resort, an overnight stay at Ocean. Plus, Ocean Casino Resort has gift cards and tickets to great concerts and comedy shows. You must be present to win, and we have another chance for you to qualify coming up in about 40 minutes from now, so stick around for that. When you hear that contest sounder go off, make sure you are caller 6 and caller 7 because that'll get you in. And this year, we are at the Balcony Bar, right overlooking the sports book. They're going to have drink specials and all sorts of cool stuff. So get on out there, check out the show, and someone is getting club box tickets to see an Eagles home game this season at the Link. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Coming up, Q Myers will join us. You know, some asked. I was on Q Myers' show last night right here on 97.3 ESPN on game night, and his co-host, Emmett Golden, asked me last night, would the Eagles be interested in trading Jalen Hurts? He even threw a trade proposal. He said Hurts for Myles Garrett, to which I said, well, what about A.J. Brown for Myles Garrett? Would you do that? What does Q Myers think about the drama surrounding Jalen Hurts and the Eagles? Remember, Q Myers lives in a market in Vegas that hasn't been good in like 20 years. This is an Eagles team that's been to the playoffs 5 times. So what is the perception from the outside looking in? That's coming up next on the Sports Bash, live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 426 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, we will be live tomorrow. Stop out and see us at Ventnor Social for a little happy hour Friday, 6417 Ventnor Avenue in Ventnor. Enter to win a trip to Baltimore to see the Phillies play the Orioles. Now, this one you can just stop out. We're going to be doing our show there. Phillies Day Game tomorrow. So we're going to be having our Phillies Day Game watch parties, select days, April 3rd, April 30th, May 20th, June 4th, July 29th. And on that July 29th day, that'll be the day we give away the trip to Baltimore. So you have 5 chances to come out. Tomorrow, April 30th, May 20th, June 4th, July 29th. Those 5 days, you get 5 entries. You put the entry in the drop box, and then on July 29th, you stop out, Ventnor Social. We'll do a drawing for the Phillies bus trip giveaway, and someone's going to win that trip to Baltimore and go see the Phillies play the Orioles at Camden Yards, which is, probably top 3 ballpark in all of baseball. I would go Camden Yards probably top 3. Pittsburgh PNC. If you want to take the Phillies Citizens Bank out, if you're a fan of Citizens Bank, I'm just saying road games. You go PNC Park, Pittsburgh. Never been, got to go. Camden Yards, Baltimore, and then the Fenway, Wrigley. Those 2 are definitely in the mix there. Those 2 are timeless. But Pittsburgh, Baltimore, of the ones that I've been to, are far and away top 3 on my list. I would say, now I'm saying the ones that I've been to. Like, I've been to, Milwaukee was cool, but not better than Pittsburgh, not better than Baltimore. No way. So stop out tomorrow and see the show and get a chance to win a trip to Baltimore to go see the Phillies play the Orioles at Camden Yards. All right, Q Myers, host of Game Night right here on 97.3 ESPN. Q Myers is also in Vegas, Raider Nation Radio, and I was a guest on his national show last night, and I joked that, the Raiders and his co-host Emma Golden from Cleveland, that they have not been to the playoffs for some time. The Eagles have been to the playoffs 5 straight years under Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni. But Q, does it sound like from afar that this is a team that perpetually makes the playoffs with the amount of drama that you guys always seemingly have to talk about on your national show?
No, it doesn't. And it's great to be with you again. And thanks for joining the show last night. But it's so funny, man. We've talked about this Eagles team so many times, and I keep calling them the most comfortable, uncomfortable team. You would think this team was a 3-14 team. You would think this is a 5-12 team, which was what the Raiders and the Browns, records were last year. It's just they just seem like they have so many issues, but yet they're winning 10, 11, 12 games, winning the division, winning a Super Bowl, making multiple trips to the Super Bowl. It's like, is there no happiness anywhere? Like Emmett keeps saying that just because you're winning doesn't mean you're happy. And I'm like, you know what? Let me try happiness. Let me try winning and let me see what that's like, right? Let me just observe winning. I'm sure I could find some happiness in there. But the Eagles, man, they're a grumpy bunch, man. Even winning doesn't make them happy.
So, a lot of people are wondering why the timing of this story right now. Now, Tim McManus and Jeremy Fowler both said, look, this wasn't supposed to be a Jalen Hurts-esque story. This was supposed to be about the struggles of the 2025 Eagles offense, and then dozens of sources started to go down this road. What do you make of the timing of the story?
It's really strange timing, especially because the draft is coming up later this month. And so it's like, could there be some moves? Could there be a big major move on the way where there's a trade, which I don't think is going to happen? But the timing to me does seem kind of strange and peculiar. And obviously they've made, changes with the offensive coordinator. And it seems like every single year there's a change with the offensive coordinator. And it almost feels like everyone in the locker room that has a problem with Jalen Hurts was a source for this story, because there was just so many sources. And I don't know who they were, obviously, but what are they quoting? 13 guys? Right. And it's like all fingers are pointing at Jalen Hurts. And look, I don't believe for the 1 minute that it's all on him. But obviously, when there's that many people that have something to say about him that's not glowing, there's obviously some kind of issues there with him as well.
Yeah. And, part of the story talked about him not being coachable. His body language was poor, and that teammates recognize that. So
Mm-hmm.
does it sense like, hey, we don't feel like we're getting treated fairly? He was closed off, uncoachable, poor body language, and that was noticed by teammates.
I've noticed the poor body language, right? There's times where you see him walk off the field and he's just kind of stoic, right? It's just like he's walking, but the rest of his body's not moving. It just kind of looks like, he's like stunned or shocked. So I've seen that a few times, and I always thought like, man, this dude doesn't have any emotions. But then see the way he plays that off, Mike, is he goes into the presser and he doesn't get too high on the winds, doesn't get too low. Even when he's, talked badly about one week, then they go out and ball out and he goes to the presser. Is this what y'all wanted to see? And he's so calm and chill. I think a lot of people see him walking off the field the way that he does and kind of the body language that they're talking about. And like, it's just Jalen. That's just who he is. He's just really stoic. He doesn't show a lot of emotion. He's a coach's son, right? And that's why I asked you last night, like, are you surprised this is coming out? And he is a coach's son, right? Because, again, I would think that anyone who's a son of a coach who also played under Nick Saban would be very coachable and a guy that would be able to be coached hard, and he would take those kind of criticisms and instructions. But it seems like that's not the case.
What do you make of the fact that he's a coach's son and this is coming up?
I'm surprised. I really am, because, I always felt like, especially, I feel like early on and his dad's been a coach for a long time. I felt like that guy's probably going to coach you harder than anyone else, right? Because you're always going to ride your kid, especially if they're your player. You would think that they're going to ride you the most, right? And they're going to really push you to be the best because you got their last name. You're out there, you're an extension of them. But, you brought up a good point of maybe that's all he knew was his high school coach. And then all of a sudden I start thinking of, like Shedeur Sanders and Dion. And, it's like, well, maybe Dion didn't coach Shedeur too hard. And all of a sudden it was a harsh reality when he got to the NFL. So I could see both sides of it. But a guy that went and played for Nick Saban, I don't think there's too many coaches out there that are tougher than Coach Saban.
No, and obviously he left there, went to Oklahoma, and then that's when it all started, this trail of different coordinators, and you wonder how frustrated is he about all the changes in the offense. But then that was part of the report, is that he has been unwilling to, take changes to the offense.
Right, exactly. And I referenced last night on the show that Thursday night game, and it wasn't last year. It was the year that the Eagles were 10-1, and then they went on that collapse. Remember they had that Thursday night game against the Giants, and they were trying to make a comeback, and it's all of a sudden he just took a deep shot. Like they had the ball, they had plenty of time, they're getting down the field, and all of a sudden he takes a deep shot and it gets picked. And game, set, match, it's over. And I remember on the show, I was on game night at that time, and I said, why did he take a deep shot there? That didn't make any sense. Like they had the ball, the clock was on their side, they were in good position, and it's like he just wanted to be the hero. And so I think at times that these quarterbacks that arrive to the league a certain way, and these quarterbacks that make it and get that next contract, they hear the criticism of, oh yeah, but they're only this, they're only that, and they try to prove everybody wrong instead of just being who they are. And we talked about this last year when the offense wasn't clicking the way we thought. He needs to get back to what made him special. When he was at Alabama, what made him special? His legs. At Oklahoma, his legs. When he got to the Eagles early on in his career, his legs. And it's like, well, I don't want to do that because everyone thinks I'm a runner. Just go out and do you, man. You're not Matt Stafford. You're Jalen Hurts. Just be the best Jalen Hurts you have to be, and you'll be fine. You've been in the Super Bowl multiple times, and you won it. And by the way, you outperformed Patrick Mahomes in the one that you lost.
Yes. Now, that being said, the other part, there was another article out today here locally in the Philadelphia Inquirer that suggested that a scout who scouted against the Eagles claims that until Hurts changes, teams will keep using the same pressure and look, saying, quote, 1 out of 10 games he's going to play the way he did in the Super Bowl. The other 9, it's a mixed bag. That doesn't sound like something you would say about an elite player.
Right. And I don't put Jalen Hurts as an elite quarterback. I don't put him in that category. I think there's like 3 elite quarterbacks in the league, right? I mean, Patrick Mahomes, obviously, Josh Allen, and I'll put Lamar Jackson up there, right? And Joe Burrow when healthy. But, I mean, we obviously haven't seen him healthy all the time. So I guess 4. But outside of that, man, I mean, I think everyone, in that next tier, they're good quarterbacks. They're really good quarterbacks. And I think Jalen Hurts could be a really good quarterback, but he has to use the elements that make him that. Like Lamar Jackson standing back in the pocket and just trying to throw the ball around the yard like he's Patrick Mahomes. He's not elite at that. That's not his elite traits. He's only in my elite category because he puts it all together and everything that he brings to the table. Oh, and his arm as well. And what he's able to do throwing the ball. That makes the whole package. But you can't just bring one element to it and not bring the rest of it. And I just think that he's trying to do too much. And so if that's the scouting report on Jalen Hurts, he's got to be the best version of himself. And he's got to figure that out moving forward. And, all this conversation about trading A.J. Brown, like, do you really want to take one weapon away from him? Right? You're trying to get all on the same page and try to be the best version of yourself that you could be. And now you're going to take a weapon away if in fact the trade were to come to fruition. Like, it just sounds like a bad recipe for me.
Well, there's that. And then, you mentioned Patrick Mahomes, and many people would say, hey, when you have a quarterback that you want, this would be the time that you approach Jalen Hurts to get him a contract extension.
Yep.
What's the messaging that they aren't?
That he's got to prove it. Right? He's got to go out there and prove it. And look, he doesn't have any guaranteed or very little guaranteed money left on his deal. Again, going back to the timing, could there be some plan in the background that we don't know about? Is Howie Roseman back burning up the phone lines right now? With many teams that need quarterbacks. I mean, I'm not saying that he is, but I'm not saying that he isn't. Right? I mean, there's a lot of things that could be happening between now and the start of the draft, and that would be insane if that were to happen.
You are in Vegas. Now, they did sign Kirk Cousins not too long ago, a couple hours ago. If you are the Vegas Raiders, would you trade for Jalen Hurts?
No, not a chance. No, not a chance.
Now, let me memory serves that you wanted them to draft Hurts that year, correct?
Yes, I did. Absolutely. And I think that they wanted to, but they wanted to get him in round 3 when they had a pick, and obviously he didn't make it to round 3. Yep. So I like him. I do. I like Jalen Hurts. I pounded the table for him while I was at Oklahoma and said the Raiders need to go get that guy because of what he does, his work ethic, and what he could bring to the table. But, maybe he got fat and happy, right? I mean, I thought he was a very successful quarterback early on, right? I liked what he brought to the table. Obviously, the Eagles looked at Carson Wentz and said, yeah, we can replace him with this guy. We'll be just fine. But at this stage of the game, he makes too much money. Wanted to trade for him. You have Fernando Mendoza coming in, the number 1 overall pick. And you can get a rookie quarterback on a rookie deal and team him up with your rookie head coach. So there's no egos involved. Mendoza hasn't earned anything in the NFL. I mean, Hurts might be and I don't know this, but he might be at the part of his career now where he thinks he's arrived. He's been there, done that. He's got that contract extension. He's got a Super Bowl. He's an MVP. You can't tell him nothing. That's a terrible situation, man. You don't want that guy in the locker room. So I wouldn't trade for him, but there's a team like the Cardinals that needs a quarterback. Maybe they would. Maybe the Jets would make a move for him. They need a quarterback. Like, there's a tons of teams that could use quarterback help, and they might look at Jalen Hurts. I doubt it, but there's a chance.
Well, it's funny you say that because we went through the list not for Jalen Hurts. We were just looking at Tanner McKee of like, hey, because there was a report that the Jets reached out, the Eagles asked for a second-round pick. The Jets quickly hung up the phone.
Right.
And to that, we said, well, how many teams really need a quarterback? Maybe 4 that, like, definitively need one. I think the Raiders at the time are not one because they're going to draft one.
Right.
But would they say, you know what? Let's trade for a quarterback and then trade the number 1 pick. You're saying wouldn't be interested in doing such a thing.
No. I think Tom Brady sees a lot of himself in Fernando Mendoza. I think Clint Kubiak is excited to work with Fernando Mendoza. If you saw how many people were there in attendance at Mendoza's pro day yesterday, it was like 10 guys from the Raiders front office, right, including their coach and the GM. So I don't think that's even a close possibility. And then you see Kirk Cousins come in, and who is everybody comparing Mendoza to? Basically Kirk Cousins. So, yeah, I don't see any scenario where the Raiders would be interested in Hurts.
Last night, your partner, Emmett Golden, asked me, would I be willing to trade Hurts for Myles Garrett, which I think is interesting. Like, that's a fun one because Cleveland perpetually needs a quarterback, and I joked and said, what about A.J. Brown for Myles Garrett? But I'm interested to see what kind of value Hurts would even have on the open market.
Right. No, I am too. And I don't think Cleveland would be a bad location, right? Because I think that I know Cleveland has quarterback situations. Look, Deshaun Watson, I don't buy it at all that they're going to give him a chance to start. I mean, I guess he can go out there and compete. I don't see it until I believe it. Shador doesn't seem like he's the guy. Dylan Gabriel's clearly not the guy. Like, they have a lot of quarterbacks, but they don't have any quarterbacks as far as I'm concerned in that room.
All right, we're talking with Q Myers, host of Game Night on 97.3 ESPN. You know, Waylon's watching the show on YouTube, and
So
the X platform. He said it's the CEO style approach that has hurt Jalen Hurts. That's why this is interesting. They're bringing a new coaching staff in. It's do or die for somebody here, right?
Yeah.
Because Jalen Hurts can't get another coordinator fired and then start again. It's one or the other almost, it feels like, at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, and in that article, when they say that there's too many yes men around him, there's no coaches that'll check him. Like that's glaring. Like that's a hell of a statement that they're making, that there's too many yes men and he needs a coach that'll check him. And from all accounts, the coach that checked him was Kellen Moore, and they had success. They won a Super Bowl, and he became a head coach, right? And so if you're not willing to actually be the coach, you can let the quarterback give suggestions. But you're the head coach, you're the OC, you make decisions. It should be on you. And if that's not the pecking order, you're doing it wrong, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, and you're right about that. So other parts of this story had to do with A.J. Brown a little bit. He was a little lesser in this, but they did question his effort, especially against zone coverages. And you wonder if he just doesn't trust the quarterback when he sees zone. Like he's saying, I know that this guy is not capable. So you wonder if that relationship can coexist.
Yeah, it feels like that relationship is just about done. It feels like A.J. Brown is to a point where he's like, this is just not going to work.
Q-Myers, do you know your godparents?
Do I know my godparents? I don't think I have godparents.
Like, now your son, does he have a godmother and godfather?
No.
Okay. Well, like I asked this question because like some people like make a big deal because AJ is Jalen's or the other way around. Which way is it? Is his one of them is the godparent of the other one's son.
Okay, I got you. Yeah.
Jalen is AJ's son's godfather.
Okay.
And when he got traded to Philly, that was like this big deal of like he's his godfather, they're a great friend. To which I said, most people don't even talk to their godparents anymore, don't know who they are, or in your case, don't have them or whatever.
And if I do, I don't know. To your point, I wouldn't even know. Yep.
So I said, like, people are like, well, that's the godfather of his child. And I'm like, you know how many people, like, I know, like, they had a kid when they were younger and they were friends with somebody in that little group, and now they don't talk to those people anymore.
Right.
And it's like, so-and-so is your godparent. And you're like, huh? I don't even talk to that person anymore. That's what's happened here. They had this relationship where they were really tight at one point.
Yep.
And now they don't talk to each other anymore. And we've all gone through that in life where you were friends with somebody at a stage of your life and are now no longer. The problem is for them, they still coexist in the same circle.
Right, exactly. No, that's a great analogy. I like that breakdown. I like how you tied that all together, man. I might have to steal that from you. I'll give you credit for it, though. But, yeah, that's the point, man. That's kind of like growing up, right? We all hung out with a crew, and then the crew separates. And at one point, you were thick as thieves. You were tight. Like, there wasn't one without the other. And then all of a sudden, you just separated, went your own ways, and you never really talked again. But like you said, they are in the same locker room. They're coexisting. They both have gotten paid, but, one now probably feels like he's king of the castle and Jalen Hurts, and the other one's like, hey, man, you're not really all that, and you're not really all that without us. So I can see how that could fray.
I'll tell you what, draft can't get here fast enough, but it's going to be interesting seeing what happens on draft night. Your prediction, A.J. Brown, there's still murmurs, and some people think there's a little wink-wink. June 1st with the Patriots. More likely he's in New England or something happens draft night.
Yeah, I think he's in New England. I really do. I think that's where he ends up. I don't see how this could go another year. I know that I keep saying they're comfortable being uncomfortable, but man, this is not even uncomfortable now. You know what I mean? Like this is all bad, man. This is like, volunteering to go turn yourself into the police station, man. It's all bad, man. You don't want to do that.
Crazy.
Don't do anything to get yourself in trouble to begin with.
All right. Yes. I'll tell you what. Wow. If people had a pick, I don't even know what the answer would be. Hurts or Brown? Which would the Eagles fans pick? But it feels like with this article, it could go down that road. We talked about it last night. Emmett asked me, would you trade Hurts for Myles Garrett? Myles Garrett's very intriguing, I tell you. I was pushing hard for them to trade for him last offseason. And they do need an edge rusher pretty bad right now. I know you got one. Max Crosby, right? Is he staying or going?
He's staying. He's staying at least till the trade deadline. That's what I keep saying. At least till the trade deadline, because the calls aren't going to stop. And I always say if Howie Roseman calls you, just go ahead and decline the call because, man, he finds ways to get over, man. He's good. He really is.
All right, there you go. A little outside view of what is happening around Philadelphia. Game night, of course, weeknights at 10 right here on 97.3 ESPN. These guys were talking all about it last night, and you can check in their thoughts on that, of course, right here tonight at 10 on 97.3 ESPN. Q, always appreciate you, man.
Hey, all the time, man. Appreciate you having me on.
As always, Q Myers, everybody, listen to him right here on 97.3 ESPN tonight at 10 o'clock with game night after the Flyers take on the Red Wings and the Lakers take on Oklahoma City. You know, someone just asked me on the text board if I watch basketball games outside of the Sixers game. He said, are you sitting down to intently watch a game that's not the Sixers? I was like, dude, I'm actually watching those games more intently than the Sixers garbage that I got to watch. That game last night, the Sixers game, was awful to subject me to that game. But, yes, I'm hardcore watching, especially now. Now you're getting the high-level stuff, right? Last night, I watch a lot of. Anytime I can find Oklahoma City, I'll try to watch them. They are brilliant to watch. And they played Detroit the other night. I was all into that game. Last night after the Sixers, I went to Spurs Warriors. That was the game that was on TV last night. I was all into Spurs Warriors last night. Victor Wembanyama last night, Josh. Did you see any of this game last night? Did you watch any of that game?
I mean, I casually watched it. I'm not sitting there breaking down the game like you are.
Well, I don't know how you could casually watch a game when Victor Wembanyama ends up with 41 points, 18 rebounds, 3 blocks. And I thought to myself,
I thought you had casually. Did you call it doing laundry?
Okay, well, if you watch Victor, you would be saying, I got to put my laundry down. And I can't stop watching this guy. 41 points, 18 rebounds, 3 blocks. And I thought to myself, this guy is the most unbelievable thing in the league right now. Like, people are buying tickets to go watch him, and they're getting there at, like, shoot-around to watch this kid. He is now becoming the face of the NBA. Right before our very eyes. That is happening right now. 41 points, 18 rebounds, 3 blocks. Now, checked in on Nuggets Jazz last night. Not a great game. Murray, 37. Awesome game. I did watch a little Kings Raptors because I was watching to see if the Kings could knock off the Raptors, which actually happened last night, which was crazy. Knicks and Grizzlies. That was another game I checked in last night because the Sixers obviously could match up with the Knicks in the first round. Celtics took care of business against the Heat. But the game I watched that was the biggest one of the week, though, was at Oklahoma City. That was on Monday night, was it? The Oklahoma City game that went overtime with Detroit.
Monday.
Awesome game. Awesome game. So to answer the text board question, yes, I am intently watching games that aren't the Sixers. In fact, I'm probably more into them right now than the Sixers games because that game last night against the Wizards was terrible. All right, coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, our Phillies Fastball segment. That is coming up in 11 minutes. Stick around. Hey, there is our contest sounder. Right now, I need caller 6 and I need caller 7. 609 573 3776. 609 573 3776. Caller 6 and caller 7, you are entered to be at this year's draft party at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Yes, the Balcony Bar is our host this year. I'm pumped about that. I'm also pumped that somebody is going to win a pair of tickets to an Eagles home game this season. Somebody else will win an overnight stay at Ocean Casino Resort. Someone else will win concert tickets, comedy show tickets, gift cards. Caller 6 right now and caller 7 right now. 609 573 3776. You must be present to win. Good luck. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I want to congratulate our latest qualifiers from the 4 o'clock hour, caller 6 and caller 7, Gene in Vineland, Ryan in Little Egg Harbor Township. Got one more chance to qualify tonight in the 5 o'clock hour. Plus, don't forget, every morning during Unsportsmanlike, you can qualify. We had a bunch of winners this morning as well. We'll be at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Let me tell you about my friends at Clark's Moving and Storage, Rio Grande. You know, a couple of years ago when I moved from Ventnor offshore, Clark's did it. They went to my house in Ventnor, got everything, moved it to EHT, and it was awesome. It was outstanding. I didn't have to stand over them. I didn't watch them. I just said, hey, guys, you guys take care of it, and they were professional, on time. They said, I'll be here at this time. They were there. They took everything. Bang. If you need a move, maybe someone college, maybe someone's moving, maybe you're renting, maybe you have a winter rental, call them today, 609-889-0780. Don't ask your friend to help you move. He doesn't want to help you. Ask Clark's. Visit them at clarksmoving.net. You'll thank me for it, and your friends will thank you too. You ever get that, hey, you around on Saturday? Well, what do you need? I need you to help me move. That's the worst. Phillies off tonight. They get the win last night or yesterday afternoon on a walk-off from Justin Crawford. The night before, it was Andrew Painter. The young guys helping things out. It's our Phillies Fastball segment with Oscar and Jeff, who join me to talk a little bit about what's going on with this Phillies team. Our Phillies Fastball segment. What's going on, guys?
We're doing good. They care 2.0. How about that? I mean, it's wonderful to see. I mean, the Phillies needed this big time, big time, particularly on our offense. I mean, our offense has been stalled. I mean, the entire year, the first 5 games of the season, and it was great to see Mundito. I mean, this is kind of what you dream, right? 2 outs, 2 strikes. Bottom of the 9th inning. I mean, your ability to be able to make a difference in a game, and Mundito got that huge hit. I mean, probably one of the best hits, if not the best hit of the season so far. And then Crawford came back and got that walk off. I mean, it's a win. A win is a win. We needed this, and it was great. It was great to finish kind of the homestand with that huge win.
Jeff, you look at that last couple innings, it looked gloom and doom. They're down 5-1, but Real Muto, a guy that we've talked about in a negative light, he hits a home run. Obviously, Harper been struggling along. He makes it a 5-3. And then in the 9th inning, they put together a series of good at-bats.
Yeah, you know what's funny, Mike? And I think we talked about it on the Sports Bash yesterday. You know, when it's 5-1, when I'm watching a baseball game, it's like, okay, they're probably going to lose. Let's see if someone can get going, right? So JT Realmuto hits a home run. I'm like, okay, that's a start. That's a positive, right? Then you get Bryce Harper hitting the home run. You're like, okay, well, now they're in the game. And as long as it can stay 5-3, you have a shot. And, you know, Mundo Sosa, again, for some reason, why he wasn't hitting that fastball? Why did the Nationals give him a breaking ball to hit?
Hey, listen, you got to take advantage of the mistakes, and they made a mistake, and he took advantage of it. Because I will say, you know, a lot of people hate how the Phillies go by the book so much, but as soon as they brought in a left-hander, the Phillies hit for Stott and went with Sosa. And I know a lot of Phillies fans get mad. Why are you taking Stott out of the game? Or why are you taking Sosa out of the game? Just let them play. Well, this is a situation where they hit Sosa, and then the Nationals countered with a right-hander on Sosa, and he came up big in that spot against a right-hander because obviously earlier in the day he did not get the job done facing the left-hander. So he did get the job done. The pitcher made a mistake, and he made him pay for it.
Yeah, we got 12 hits yesterday. I mean, that was huge. To me, this was probably even though he doesn't feel that way. I mean, initially – Cavalli was dominating the Phillies, and we had a hard time. And I'm outside of what the double by Schwarber bringing that run in. I mean, it just felt heavy. It felt heavy. And look, at the end, this team woke up, and I mean, the Realmuto home run, the Harper home run. I mean, kind of remaining in the game. We're still there. And then Mundito goes and that guy that gets a huge hit. I mean, and it was the first 2 at bats. He looked awful. I mean, the first two swings he made on that at bat, I mean, they looked awful, but he has a way of making magic happen and using his great athletic ability. And you saw him later on in the glove with his glove in the 10th inning. I mean, that was special. I mean, that was special. He's a special guy, and I love the energy between him and Garcia. Adolis Garcia was his best man in his wedding. I mean, they're really, really close. I mean, they went together to Luzardo's wedding in Italy, and look, it was very, very special. I mean, to see those moments are the ones you cherish and the ones that get this team going. I mean, this often needs to get going. Even though we got 12 hits, I mean, how many hits did we get in between the 9th and the 10th inning? I mean, it was just everything coming in bunches. I mean, this is a streaky team, and look, I'm glad we were able to get that inspiring win, and hopefully this is the beginning of something good, and we have to win at least 2. I mean, I'm hoping 3 games up in Colorado. So.
Well, Oscar, one interesting point about it, you got the box score up for the people watching on the social media platforms. You got what, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hits came from the 6, 7, 8, 9 spots in the order. So you got 8 of your 12 hits coming from the bottom of the order. If that keeps up and the top of the order can get going, Turner, Schwarber, and Harper should have plenty of opportunities to knock guys in, and right now they're just not doing it. That's going to have to change for this team. You can't continue to have opportunities for the top of the order and them not come through.
Well, one thing I like, though, I'm glad you mentioned the bottom of the order, Mike, because look at what Adolis Garcia is doing. 318. I mean, he got off to a kind of a slow start, but we talked to him the other night. He's hitting the ball hard. I mean, his hard hit ball rate is over 60%, which is incredible through 6 games of the season. It's not going to stay like that. It's probably going to drop to in the 40s, but that's still impressive for him. JT Realmuto finally got going. Justin Crawford, I mentioned this pre-show. Rob Thompson got a lot of flack for basically benching him after this hot start. I said, well, he struck out 3 of his last 4 times and was 1 for 7 or 1 for 8. He's 4 for 8 since coming back from the day off. So, and look at the spark he gave them late in the game in the 10th. I mean, really, Justin Crawford should have 4 hits yesterday. What an amazing play by CJ Abrams to keep him off the base pass.
Well, and keep in mind, the game that Crawford did not play, everybody complained that you're sitting this guy. They lost 13-2. I don't know that Crawford played in that game. So in the end, it worked out for them. So Crawford, by the way, has given this team a spark at the bottom of the order, and he's been what you thought. We talked in the preseason, guys. What is a successful year for Crawford? This is a guy that hit about 330 at the minor league level. What's a successful year? 275, 280? Like, what is a good batting average on base percentage for him? I think that is something that when you look at the hitting for this team, if you could get him at the bottom of the order hitting 280 on base at a 360 clip, maybe that's something that Turner and Schwarber and Harper will have a lot of opportunities that they weren't getting last year.
I mean, he's leading the team in hitting, believe it or not. I mean, I love what I've seen from him.
Well, that by the way, Oscar, that graphic tells the story. The top 4 guys are in red. The bottom 3 of the 4 are in green. Your production is all coming from
the bottom of the order. Yeah, Schwarber, it is what it is. I mean, he has 4 hits, and 3 of them are extra bases, a couple of home runs, and a double. I mean, that's Schwarber at his best, right? But then on the other side, he has 10 strikeouts. That's what I'm saying.
That's a lot of strikeouts.
Look, guys. The top 3 hitters are very streaky. I mean, there's no way around it. I mean, Harper needs to go back to his MVP year where he was driving the ball to left field. I want to see him hitting more to left field. He's trying to hit a lot of balls towards center. And I'm not saying, some of Harper's, finally, he got his first home run yesterday. Some of Harper hits have been well hit, but he needs to use the entire field in a much more effective rate. And one thing for him, they're pitching around him. They're not throwing him in the middle. I mean, which makes a lot of sense. And he's chasing more than he should. And that he needs to be much more disciplined. And he even said it after the game yesterday that he needs to be a much more disciplined hitter.
Well, this goes back to the comment he made in the offseason and what we've all been talking about. They do not have adequate protection behind Harper, and he sees it when he goes to the plate. And I think that contributes to his chase rate and him trying to do too much because he knows the guy behind him, and it's not a knock on Bohm. Bohm is just not he's not the right protection for Bryce Harper. And Bryce Harper knows it, and I think that causes him to press a little bit because he knows I'm not getting a perfect pitch. So I'm trying to do something with a pitch that really isn't the pitch I want.
That's why Garcia hitting like he's doing. If he can keep this up for another week or two, you might see the change there, because I was under the impression when they signed Garcia, hey, look, this guy has the potential to be the cleanup hitter of this team. And, if you're looking throughout the organization, I think they thought that too, but Rob Thompson decided, no, I'm going with Alec Bohm because he's the run producer. Well, you're not really producing runs when you're 2 for 21 on the season. And, when you get the bases loaded, you ground to a double play, like on, Tuesday night. So, again, to me, look, we could say this till we're blue in the face. Those 4 guys in the red that Oscar has pointed out here, you just got to hit the ball. The bottom of the lineup is doing their job. Now it's time for the highly paid stars.
Okay, let me ask this question to both you guys then. Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Bohm. They got to hit the ball. Is there any part of you guys that think they won't? I guess the one question is, one of these years, 1 or 2 of these guys are going to take a step back and a decline. Is that this year? Is it next year? Is it the year after? When is it? I don't know that we all think that, Turner is kind of taking it, or Harper or Schwarber or Bohm, or all 4 of these guys going to all kind of get hot at the same time.
Yeah, I don't think it's now. I mean, I do trust that these are big time hitters. I mean, they're getting paid for being big time hitters. One stat that I want you to look carefully at is the bases on ball for Harper. He said he needed to be more patient. He only has 2 bases on balls.
Yeah.
I mean, they're pitching around him, and he needs to be more patient. And he's just trying to get itchy that he wants to hit. I mean, he's gotten a couple of. When you look at the hard hit rate, a couple of good hits, but the reality is he needs to be more patient. He needs to wait for his pitch, and that's not happening. 3 for 25, guys. 3 for 25. Those are 120 for Harper. I do believe we play with a not elite part of us. He's an elite hitter. He's one of the best hitters in baseball. You saw how clutch he was at the World Baseball Classic. Look, let's just be patient. I do believe these hitters are elite hitters, but they need to be less streaky, and they need to be more patient at the plate and wait for their pitch. And look, Alec Bohm, wake up. Come on, let's get it going. 2 for 21. Wow. Not the start you want to have, particularly if you're going to be a free agent. Going in your free agent year. So
this is how I look at it too.
By the way, Bohm got off to a really slow start last year and then ended up at 287. Now, the one area where I think people look at Bohm, they want the power. They want more power from Bohm, and I don't think you're going to get that. He hit the home run on opening day, but Bohm is what he is. He's a 275, 13 to 18 home run guy. Can he drive in 100 runs again? He had 97 for 2 years in a row. I think that's what the Phillies need. But the one guy to keep an eye on, guys, is Garcia. If Garcia can prove that he can be some protection, do they trust him enough to put him in a higher profile spot in the order, or they like the fact that, hey, we got this guy kind of hitting 6 and maybe he could do a little damage from down there?
Well, that's what I was saying with the bottom of the order, right? Because I kind of like him right now at 6 because he's kind of getting things going for the bottom of the lineup, and there are guys on base. At least that's what it seems when he comes up. But, look, he's a right-handed hitter. He's a power bat. He hits the ball hard. His chase rate's still high. We're not going to debate that. He is what he is, but the fact that the ball can go out of the ball.
And by the way, though, Jeff, if he's hitting 4th, they might pitch him differently.
Exactly. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So and you know what? That's what I was thinking. Like at the beginning of the season when I did my optimal lineup, I'm like, hey, you know what? 5th or 6th, that's not a bad spot for Adolis Garcia because then he gets better pitching. And I'm wondering if I know Stott's 5th right now. Do they consider moving him down?
I think they should.
I was going to say, Oscar, you go back to that one slide, the first slide, which is now on the screen for the people watching. Marsh 350. Stott 200. Marsh hit 5th a lot last year. Could you see those 2 guys flip-flop again?
March is a great hitter against right-handed pitching. If you have a right-handed pitcher there. I mean, look at one stat that is very interesting. Alec Bohm, look how many strikeouts he has. Only one. What that means is he's hitting. I mean, he's very weak. He's not hitting for power. He's not driving the ball. I mean, it's very, very concerning. I mean, even though he has the most RBIs, believe it or not, and it shows, again, it's only 6 games, guys. It's going to take some time, but Alec Bohm needs to start, hitting the ball in a much more effective way, because one strikeout, too much weak hitting after 21 at bat. So it's something, only 2 hits. I mean, it's very, very concerning.
All right.
By the way, guys, I was glad you mentioned him, Mike. People have been bugging me on social media about this, and I keep telling them, hold your horses here. Should Justin Crawford move up in the order? I love him at 9th, and I think he should stay there.
Yeah, what happened if you move Garcia and you move Crawford, you start creating different expectations. If they're hitting, let them hit where they are right now. What we need is the top of the order to get going. I mean, that's what they're being paid for. That's the bottom line of this.
Because by the way, for the people out there who want Crawford moved, he gets pitched differently if he's hitting leadoff or number 2. Because, with his speed somewhere down the road, maybe a year or 2 from now, maybe Crawford profiles as a guy at the top of the order. But on this team with Turner, Schwarber, and Harper, right now, he gets to do his damage at the bottom of the order. I do want to slide over to Christopher Sanchez and his game yesterday, because I don't think he had his best stuff, and he battled his ass off, guys, and kept them in that game. The 4 walks were obvious, but he gave up 4 hits and 4 walks, 8 base runners. Not a great whip for Sanchez, but man, did he battle, and that's an ace right there.
Yeah, his changeup was not what it has been over the last few starts. I mean, he did not have his best changeup yesterday. Go ahead, Jeff.
Oscar, how about 12 swing and misses yesterday, despite him not having the command or the control? I mean, that's what impressed me. 25 swing and misses through 2 starts. I mean, even when this guy is not on, look what he was able to do. I mean, that's just telling me he's in line for a really good season again.
He had a weak slider 2 years ago. He's perfecting the slider. Look, he had a 57% whiff rate yesterday with that slider. It was his best pitch. I mean, in terms of percentage whiff. I mean, I love that this guy is special. This guy is special. He continues to grow, and being able to do what he does with only 3 pitches is just fascinating. And that changeup, I mean, one of the best in baseball, together with Terrence Skubal. I mean, he's really, really good. I mean, I love what he's seen. He did not have his best day yesterday, and I mean, you see it on the 4 base on balls. I mean, that tells you the story that he did not have the command on his pitches yesterday that what he's had it historically.
I saw an ESPN.com article that had the 11 top-tier pitchers in baseball. Did you guys see this article?
Yes.
Christopher Sanchez was number 5. Zach Wheeler was number 10. And Jesus Luzardo was number 11. The Phillies, according to people around baseball, have 3 of the top 11 pitchers in baseball. And I don't know where Andrew Painter ranks on that list, but, man, you get a game from you get the pitching to start to click like people hope it will. You should win a lot of games, because they found a way to win a game yesterday when Sanchez didn't have his best stuff. And listen, he kept them in that game because their offense didn't help them out.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, if it wasn't for the overturned call, which again, I thought the runner beat out, but yeah, if it wasn't for the overturned call from the throw of second to first, Brad Keller gets out of that 7th, and maybe this game doesn't go to extra innings, or maybe this team doesn't rally. I think that's been something that we've kind of masked. Like, the bullpen hasn't been actually pitching up to snuff yet. And I was actually talking to a couple people about this. Wait till Orion Kerkering comes back, because then that pecks Jonathan Bolin back down the order.
Yeah. Jeff, he pitched last night. What can you tell us about Kerkering?
Sweeper was really good last night. Look, he pitched a perfect 7th inning. He didn't piggyback off anybody. It was more of, he came in the 7th, what his role would be, second back-to-back. Fastball was really good. It was close to 97 miles per hour on average. The split he's still working on, obviously. That's the pitch table, but it drops, man. It looks like a sinker on StatCast and on Savant, but it's a split, and he's starting to get a little more velocity, a little more comfortability with it. But his sweeper, from the end of his appearance the night before to last night, boy, has he got control of that
And
thing.
the key, you just said it, Jeff. He pitched on back-to-back nights. That means the Phillies are telling you that they think that he's getting close to be ready, I would imagine, right?
Yeah, that was the checklist. He needed to pass that in the checklist, the two back-to-back games.
Yeah, I was told that they plan on bringing him back the Giants series, but that was still up in the air. Like he would join the team on the road trip. It does look like he will be back for that Giants series.
Oscar, give me, we have the pitching numbers up there. Give me something that stands out about you, about this pitching so far that you're surprised about.
I mean, the ERA, both 24th for starting pitching and 26th for relief pitching, it's not where we won this. We're 29th overall in ERA. I mean, that's the biggest surprise to me. Look, Taijuan Walker he's going to be throwing in Colorado. It's scary. I mean, it's a scary thing. I mean, he needs to do a much better job than he did on his first outing. I know he's trying hard, but it's a matter of at this point of his career where his talent is. I mean, if he throws too many strikes in the middle of the zone, they're going to destroy those pitches. And the interesting part is Colorado. I mean, believe it or not, the Colorado numbers both on hitting and pitching so far after 6 games is better than the Phillies. So it's like,
hey Oscar, I need you to do me a favor with this graph tomorrow, since they do it the day off today. Look up the starting pitching ERA and take Taijuan Walker out of it. I wonder where it's at.
It's probably the middle of the pack. I would say maybe.
Yeah, that's what I would assume. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the bullpen ERA. The bullpen ERA, that is what it is. I mean, I'm not surprised by that at all.
Keller, I'm going back to the initial slides of yesterday. Pop, Alvarado, and Duran did a really good job that held them off. I mean, if they don't held them off in the bottom, even bringing that Pop there after Keller allowed a home run, bringing Pop there shows you that Topper wasn't too. He was basically saying, "Look, we might not be coming back in this game."
Yeah.
I mean, that's what tells you having Pop right there instead of bringing Alvarado earlier. And then Duran, both Alvarado and Duran and Pop did a really nice job holding it off for us to be able to come back. So,
all right.
You know what's crazy about the Alvarado ERA? It's going to be high for a long portion because he only got one out the other night and gave up 4 runs. It's going to be high for a while.
Yeah, well, these bullpen guys, you have one bad outing early in the season. It's hard to kind of chip back away at that thing because you're only getting 1 inning or a third of an inning or 2/3 of an inning to lower it. So his ERA at 15.43 for Jose Alvarado. By the way, Brad Keller, 2 years, $22 million, and he has struggled along early on in this one as well. Let's look at what they have coming up here, guys. Aaron Nola Friday against old Philly buddy Michael Aaronsen. Jesus Luzardo on Saturday against a Philly killer, Jose Quintana.
Yep. And
then, as you mentioned, Oscar, Taijuan Walker on Sunday against Tomoyuki Sugana for the Colorado Rockies. So, Lorenzen, a tough guy at times, and Quintana has killed this team. So it doesn't seem like this is going out to Colorado facing a couple nobodies. They've got 2 pitchers in Lorenzen and Quintana that have won a lot of games at the professional level.
I mean, you got old veterans. I mean, when you got Lorenzen, you got Quintana, and you got Sugano. I mean, they're all kind of old guys that know how to pitch. They're getting into a very interesting environment in Colorado. I mean, when you look at the stats, runs per game, Phillies are 23rd. Colorado at 4 runs per game is 15th. And our ERA is at 5.46, as I said before, 29th in baseball, while the ERA for Colorado is a surprising 3.66, 9th in baseball. Well, they were in Miami. I believe they were in Miami, so they were able to lower that ERA before going up
Miami's 5-1, Oscar. Don't sell them short right now.
Yeah, no, I know. But, hey, 3.66 ERA, it's not too shabby. 9th in baseball for Colorado. That's amazing.
By the way, this is weird, guys. 4:10, 8:10, 3:10 our time. We're used to the late night games in Colorado.
Yeah, it's the beginning of the year. I mean, that game on Saturday is probably going to be freezing.
Saturday's the one at 8:10. I was hoping for a little 4:10 in the afternoon, Saturday afternoon game, but you're getting that's the late one. This is the Saturday night one. Tomorrow, Friday's game is a 4:10. It is the home opener for the Colorado Rockies. Phillies and the Rockies, a 3-game set at Coors Field. And, of course,
the weather, Mike, sorry, the weather is not going to be that bad. So Friday's going to be a little chilly, but it's the early game at 54 degrees. 61 on Saturday and 65 on Sunday. So
That's
the
not
weather is
bad.
not going to be that bad.
By the way, the Rockies, the over-under for wins this year from the Vegas sports books was 54. And by the way, last year they were under considerably. They were what? How many wins? They have 48 last year, I think.
48 last year.
For the Colorado Rockies. All right, guys, final thoughts as the Phillies win yesterday, and they go probably to a much-needed little road trip here because I think this team was pressing a lot in the early going.
I still say, Mike, and I know we've talked about this multiple times, but for me, I'm just going to say it right now. The optimal lineup for me would be Turner, Harper, Bohm, Schwarber. I like Schwarber at cleanup. Marsh at fifth, Garcia sixth, Stott seventh, JT eighth, and then you have Crawford ninth. I mean, that's where I think you would get the most production.
Yeah, you got to move. You should move March. Let's see if he does it over the weekend. I mean, these are all right-handed pitchers, and I mean, they don't have the best staff in the world. So I expect March probably will hit fifth. One of the things I just mentioned this before we close. Topper likes to keep things, the same. I mean, that's one thing he needs to. I think he needs to be more adaptable to where things are happening and it's an interesting topic to talk about.
Yes. Listen, this is a topic that we could do a whole show on. How tied to the analytics and the book that the Phillies are. It's a left-handed pitcher, I go with my right-handed lineup. It's a right-handed pitcher, I go with my left-handed lineup. That kind of stuff is definitely going to manifest over the season where people get very frustrated when so-and-so is hot and then he sits. Well, people don't realize he's sitting because the pitcher maybe has good numbers against him or stuff like that. A lot of these bench days are predetermined. Hey, this guy's going to sit on April 30th because he played 9 straight days in a row. So that is something I think a lot of the fans get frustrated with.
You know what, Mike? You've been doing this a long time. You've been hosting Sports Bash for what, 25 years?
Too long.
Do you remember? Yeah. Do you remember, people used to have those complaints about Charlie Mangle definitely before he won the World Series, but after that, it just seemed like everything was okay because he won. I feel like people would accept Rob more if this team ends up getting one.
I agree with you. If they had won a World Series in 2022, say, when he took over that job, they got him to the World Series, and he had won that World Series, he probably would become the most popular guy in the town and maybe would have a little bit of – now I think there is a vocal – I don't want to say a vocal faction of Phillies fans who just don't like his personality. He's very laid back. They like the Larry Boa kicking and screaming. They want that guy to show energy, and that's just not Rob.
I had a player say this to me the other day. He asked me, how does Rob treat you guys, like members of the media? And I told him, he's awesome. Like, he really is. He gives you a lot of information, but he's stoic when he's got to be. And, the players love him. Every player I talk to, there's not issues with Rob Thompson at all. If there was an issue, the guy's not here anymore.
On the flip side of that, Jeff and Oscar, you spent a lot of time around this team over the years with Rob, I'm sure. A lot of fans believe that it's a country club-like atmosphere, that Rob is so laid back that the players, they like him because they know they can kind of have their way and there won't be repercussions.
Yeah, I don't view it that way. I just view it that there's a level of respect in that clubhouse where, to me, it's pretty even kill. Everybody kind of Harper. It's very interesting because Schwarber is kind of the connector. When you look at clubhouses, Schwarber is a connector, while Harper tends to be more kind of the guy doing his thing to be able to perform as the highest level. Another connector, even though he's a quiet leader, is Realmuto. Particularly with the pitching staff, his role is very important. I do believe, people talk about, paying all this means to Realmuto is a very important connector. Particularly on the pitching staff side. They respect them for his preparation, his level of detail. A lot of these guys, they do it by example. This is a really, really good clubhouse. You have some of the party guys like Schwarber, March, particularly kind of connecting things. Ranger Suarez was the type of guy that keeps the clubhouse loose. Shooting basketballs and getting underneath.
Now it's Garcia and Mundito and guys like that who are doing it. That certain level, and the bullpen guys, they're pretty outgoing too.
Yeah, so it's a really, really good clubhouse. they respect Tupper tremendously. I mean, that
What?
they have a level of respect, very important. Those are things you don't see outside. He's laid back, but he's very well respected. And look, when he has to tell it to a player, he will tell it to a player, whomever it is.
Good stuff, Oscar. And, of course, our Phillies Fastball segment we'll do again tomorrow here on the Sports Bash. Hopefully you guys are enjoying our Phillies Fastball segment with Oscar Budajin, the play-by-play voice on the Spanish radio, and Jeff Kerr, who will be covering the Phillies all season long. Check out his Substack at Jeff Kerr. And, of course, right here on 97.3 ESPN, Phillies Fastball, our new segment this year where we're going to just kind of do Phillies Roundtable, man. Just love just spinning around and just free flow. And you guys can text in on the Phillies Fastball segment each and every day as well. All right, when we come back, Sixers win last night. Flyers with a big game tonight. Also, Phillies have the night off. We'll dive into it all next on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN.
The Browns moving back the exercise dates of Myles Garrett's option bonuses freed up 0 cap space. Why is he on the team? He's an amazing player. He's going nowhere with this team. They don't win with him. They could not win without him. And another team definitively would look at him as, if we get him, we're playing in February.
That is Evan Cohen this morning on Unsportsmanlike. It's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. And it stood out to me because last night I was a guest on Game Night with Q Myers and Emmett Golden. And Emmett asked me if I would consider trading Jalen Hurts for Myles Garrett. And I paused and I said, well, what about A.J. Brown for Myles Garrett? Because I do that deal in a second. A.J. Brown, Myles Garrett, I do that deal. Jalen Hurts for Myles Garrett. How many people are in on that one? I can't say Evan Cohen's wrong about what he said here because why do the Browns need Garrett on the team, pay him that kind of money? You got to get a trade and get a haul for him. Just having him play for you when you go 4-13 isn't doing anybody any good. The league, Myles Garrett, nothing. It's asinine. They're just burning money up. But would the Browns be interested in trading Garrett for Hurts? And would Eagle fans trade Hurts for Garrett? That was the question that was asked to me last night by Emmett Golden on Game Night. And I didn't really know how to answer the question other than I don't think the Eagles would do that, but would they? A franchise quarterback for a guy who, by the way, keep in mind, Myles Garrett is starting to get to that age where you start to wonder, right? He's at that age where you start to wonder a little bit about when the slip-up might happen. And it's not happening for him yet. I mean, my gosh, Myles Garrett. Can you imagine Myles Garrett on this defense? You know, I had somebody try to convince me that Nolan Smith was like going to be some great pass rusher, and I told you he's too small, not going to happen. No. Myles Garrett, 6'4", 270. He's 30 years old. That's the number, 30. Now, last year, Myles Garrett, 23 sacks, broke the record. Can you imagine Myles Garrett here in Philadelphia? So, producer Josh, would you trade Jalen Hurts for Myles Garrett?
HE double hockey stick, no.
Wow.
You know how hard it is to find a Super Bowl winning quarterback? You know how few of those there are out there? Those guys don't grow on trees. Like, we're acting like if we trade Jalen Hurts that we're still going to go to a championship. There's no guarantee that whoever you put in there, from Tanner McKee, the Nick Foles coming out of retirement, to whoever you want to put in there. You want to sign Aaron Rodgers? I don't know. If you trade Jalen Hurts, who are you replacing him with?
I agree. I'm not saying there's an answer, but I'm saying you need an edge rusher. You are showing people that you're not willing to commit to Jalen Hurts. Isn't that what this is all about right now? Like, they could sign him to an extension right now and say, you're our guy. They're saying, no, we want you to prove that you're our guy.
But
so why not go get a guy who had 23 sacks last year?
But then if he does prove with another team, he'll look an idiot.
Listen, I'm not saying that trading Jalen Hurts is the smartest thing in the world to do, but I think some people would suggest you're getting the best defensive end in football to a defense that really needs an edge rusher. And you say, well, who's going to play quarterback for this team? That would be a fair question. They don't have anybody capable of stepping into a team that has Super Bowl aspirations and being the quarterback of this team, unless you think Andy Dalton can just make no mistakes. And I know some people say, what about Tanner McKee? I don't think you can turn the keys to a Super Bowl team to Tanner McKee.
That's the point I was making, is that no matter who you name, they're not going to be a better. I think part of the problem, Mike, with this whole Jeremy Fowler, Tim McManus article from Wednesday and then the Jeff McClain article from this morning is, I think some of the reactions out there, and correct me if I'm wrong, because maybe if I haven't seen it, I haven't seen it. But I feel like most of the reaction I've seen online, when it comes to the people who are leaning more to the negative side of the equation, is that they're overlooking the fact that there's a difference between being critical of somebody and saying someone sucks. They're not one and the same. You could be critical of Jalen Hurts and say he's not Patrick Mahomes. Great. He's not as amenable to the people around him as Josh Allen. Okay. It doesn't mean he's a bum. And I feel like people are taking, again, my observation is people are taking these two articles within the last 48 hours as indictments of Jalen Hurts is a loser. He's this, he's that. And it's like, no, it just means he's not perfect.
He's not perfect. And the question will be, he doesn't have to be perfect, but can he be serviceable in this offense? That's what the Eagles are
trying to find out.
Right. This article dropping now is the Eagles telling him, you're on the clock. So if you're on the clock, this is like them basically saying, you're on the clock. What's behind door number 2? We know what's behind door number 1. We've seen it. You won a Super Bowl. You've been to a Super Bowl. You've been to the playoffs 5 times, but our offense is struggling.
Right.
Behind door number 2, we have a new offense now. Can you step into that offense and take us to the next level? They're not betting on it yet. They want to see first before they approach him because as we talked about with McMullen earlier, right? This would be the time that you generally would approach the quarterback and rework the deal if you were married to him.
And it doesn't mean you're not going to get married to him. It doesn't mean you're not going to make the long-term commitment. I don't think there's anything wrong with the Eagles saying we need to see more. I don't think there's anything wrong with, if you're out there, might not be the best analogy because I don't want to do the dating thing because the dating thing is really messy. But let's say you're out there buying a car and you're not really sure if you want to make a commitment, a 5-year commitment to buying this car, right? And maybe you say, can I sleep on it? Can I take it for another test drive? Can I maybe have it for 24 hours? Like, is there something that we can do to make me feel better about putting this big down payment down and being locked in
Well,
for
the
5
fact
years?
that the Eagles had won a Super Bowl and are not willing to do that, that's an indictment. What Super Bowl winning quarterback does the franchise not get married to?
I mean, that's not the best question to ask.
Well, I mean, you're talking about Trent Dilfer and those guys. That's a different.
Well,
They
I was
weren't
gonna
the
go-
Super
well, I was
Bowl
gonna go with Nick
MVP.
Foles.
They weren't the Super Bowl MVP.
I was going with Nick Foles.
Well, Foles a different situation. He was
They
the
picked
backup
Wentz
quarterback.
over Foles.
Yeah, but that was a smart decision because obviously they knew Foles was the backup quarterback. He wasn't the franchise quarterback. Jalen Hurts has been your – because you already paid Jalen Hurts one time to be your franchise quarterback, and he rewarded you for that with a Super Bowl.
Right.
So how many Super Bowl winning quarterbacks who already got the contract have teams bailed on?
Well, I think part of the problem is that most of these Super Bowl winning quarterbacks who would be in that conversation have not been in Jalen Hurts' shoes before. I think that's part of the problem. Part of the problem is that most of the quote-unquote franchise guys, your Patrick Mahomes, those type of guys, your Tom Brady's, they're so hyper-established.
Yeah.
But also, what else they have something different. And
Yep.
this is, I think, where you mentioned with Q Myers an hour ago about this. Jalen Hurts has had no stability.
Oh, there's no
coaching
– listen,
position.
Jalen Hurts has been in one of the most unfortunate situations no one else can even compare to, where you have had the success that you had and had the amount of tumultuous turnover that you had. Meaning, I say tumultuous turnover, 10-1, fall off the cliff, fire the coach, bring in a guy, win a Super Bowl, then he leaves, bring in another guy. I mean, they're just
This
nothing
is
like
unprecedented.
it. Yeah.
And I think that's part of the other issue with this is you go through, let's just go the last 30 years. You can't find another quarterback who's been in Jalen Hurts' shoes. They don't exist.
I agree. I mean, you can't find the story anywhere.
So that's why it's like there's no playbook for this. So I can't sit here and tell Howie Roseman is doing a good or bad job with this because, frankly, they're closer to than we are.
Do I think if the Cleveland Browns called up and said, hey, we want Jalen Hurts, we'll give you Myles Garrett, I'm wondering how the Eagles would handle that phone call.
I think Howie would say, can you explain to me a little more information, Andrew Barry?
Right.
Are we talking because, if you're Howie, you know how he works. He's always trying to find the angle.
Mm-hmm.
So Howie's probably going to say, well, can you give me more information? Like, are you trying to do a straight up trade? Are you trying to swap draft picks? Are you trying to give me something else? Maybe ease my losing of a franchise quarterback burden? Like, because one, Myles Garrett, phenomenal player, amazing player, but he's closer to the end of his career than Jalen Hurts is. He's older than Hurts.
I don't think the Eagles would do it.
No, they wouldn't.
But I would love to hear the phone conversation of what the back and forth would be.
I would also like to know just how we call Andrew's twin brother and get him on the call in like a three-way.
I asked Q Myers if he was the Raiders. He's a Raider. He covers the Raiders.
Yep.
Would they offer to trade for Jalen Hurts? And he said, absolutely not. So the perception is we have a Raiders team that hasn't been to the playoffs and stinks, and they are he said he would be unwilling in that situation. I thought as quickly as he answered that question, because I know that because Q has said on our show before that he wanted the Raiders to draft Hurts in that draft class.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that Mike Tannenbaum this morning on Get Up said that there are countless teams that would be interested in Hurts, but apparently one of them is not the Raiders.
Last time I checked, he's been to 2 Super Bowls and won one. There is countless teams in the NFL that would give anything for Jalen Hurts' bad days. With that said, there's no question he could get better. Last year, as an offense, they only ran 15% of their plays were play-action passes, which was 22nd in the NFL. So clearly there's ways for this offense to evolve. But with that said, Matt, the other reason I would give him the benefit of the doubt is this is going to be his 7th season with his 6th offensive coordinator. It's hard to develop continuity and improve when there's so much change.
Yep, countless teams would take Jalen Hurts. I just don't know what they'd be willing to give up for him, as we talked about it. Again, that was Emmett Golden last night on Game Night asked me, would I trade Hurts for Myles Garrett? And I'm wondering, I'm imagining that him in Cleveland would make that trade. All right, more Sports Bash on the way. 97.3 ESPN. Let me tell you about my friends at the Branches Outreach. The mission is for our listeners out there to help out, privately funded through donations from people like you. Their support needed year-round. Open every day, 9 to 1:30. Branches Outreach, Rio Grande. Food, meals, anything you can do to help out. 10,000 guests stopped at the outreach last year. Homelessness is a big problem in Cape May County. You can help. More Sports Bash coming up. And there's our 97.3 ESPN famous contest sounder. I need caller 6 and caller 7 right now. You guys will be in for this year's draft party at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Here's the number, 609-573-3776, caller 6 and caller 7 right now. You have a chance to win Eagles Club Box tickets to a home game this season at Lincoln Financial Field. We'll also have other great prizes, including an overnight stay at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, concert tickets, comedy shows, and all sorts of gift cards. You must be present to win on Thursday, April 23rd at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Listen tomorrow morning to Unsportsmanlike for bonus chances to win. Good luck.